By the time we wait for another 1 minute or so, if you guys have any questions, feel free to kind of jump in and raise the queries. I think exactly about 60 seconds from now we'll get started. If anyone has any queries, please feel free to ask.
Hey Dandy, thank you for backing up for me. I'm driving, so thank you for putting in the group. Romain, I haven't heard back from him. But Chanel, I know she's flying back to El Salvador to Jamaica, and she had a connecting flight at Miami, so she's trying to join in. But rest of the folks, please chase them. I'm sure they're going to join. Okay.
Yeah, and we have Romain on the call already.
Oh, okay, awesome. Roman would say, Sam always missed me. Sorry, Roman. Sorry, brother. I saw your name on the group, and that's why I said.
We have Romain on the call already.
Awesome, awesome.
So in that case, I think we can get started. We have almost everyone on the call.
Yes, please do.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning, everyone. As a ritual you follow, thanks again for joining in. We would be entering the second conversation of opportunity qualification today. I know there were a lot of people on the move around the first part of it. So I'm not sure how many of you actually found time to connect with your colleagues and get some amount of insight on what is happening. But if in case you kind of find yourself lost a little bit in the session, feel free to raise your hand and I'll do my best to bring you in on the conversation. One. Second, we shared a small booklet of a pre-reading material. I hope everyone found some time to go through that couple of pages which were shared. Did everyone find some time to go through that? Any queries around that? It was largely about account qualification and opportunity qualification, what the difference is, and how do we largely differentiate among both of them so that that part of the conversation becomes mostly clear. Did everyone receive it? If I could see some show of hands on that, so that I'm assured that all of you have
I
it.
received it, Pavan.
Okay, done. Fantastic. Okay, done. In that case, we will move forward from where we left. Thanks everyone for showing a raise of hands over there. We'll move forward exactly where we left, but then before that, I have a little bit of refresh on this entire conversation where we were. So let's get started with that part of it. I have a set of questions which are going to come on your screen. I want every one of you to take a piece of paper and start answering, and then in the end, you can evaluate yourself rather than be trying to do it as a group where most of us would not be able to answer. These are your 8 questions. Feel free to either take a Word, Excel, or a piece of paper, whatever works for you, and try to answer each of them. I'm going to leave it on screen for precisely about 3 minutes. Okay, here are your answers. I think I would request you to evaluate yourself. How many of them were you able to get it right? If you have any questions, please do raise a hand. Can we quickly go around? Anyone who got all 8 of them right? If you did, please do raise your hand. All 8 which were answered in line. 6, 4.
Can you repeat?
Any one of you who got all the 8 answers correct is what I'm looking for. Then I asked for 6. Any one of you who got 6 right?
6.
Okay,
I have
Christina got 6. Fantastic. Anyone else who was close to 6?
I was close.
Okay. 4. How many of you got at least 4 right? Okay, Dindo got 5. Fantastic. Okay, Hemant got 5 as well. Okay, fantastic. The idea was to kind of quickly refresh what we did last time and what the objective of the session is in terms of qualification and prioritization. So prioritization is somewhere hidden in question number 7. The objective for a sales professional is to prioritize their opportunities. Right. Let's move forward from here. Just a quick refresh on all the parameters which we had and identified and what we have covered till now. So we have covered fitment of the solution where we went first. And we have covered the decision-making process and the decision-making criteria. We're going to be moving towards the rest of the factors right now. And as we progress, here is something for all of you to read while we move to the next part of it. According to all of you, which parameter of qualification was something which Michael didn't really stress upon?
Could you repeat the question, Pavan? Sorry.
Which parameter of qualification did Michael really not stress upon, which was important in this conversation?
Michael did not follow the decision-making process.
Okay.
that parameter.
Okay. Thanks for that, June. Anyone else? What do you think? Michael's question after submitting the proposal in terms of pushing for the closure, are they fair? Should he have uncovered anything related to closure before he pushed for the closure so hard? This is actually what Michael missed, which is about the timeline. Before we start pushing for the closure, I think timeline is one of the more important parameters which could have been uncovered by Michael. Everyone done reading?
Yes.
Okay. The point in the conversation is while we give a proposal, in a sales professional's mind, the next step is just closure. Customer had a business need. They explained it to us. We have submitted a proposal. In a sales professional's mind, the next logical step is always a closure. Either you negotiate and then you close, or you just go ahead and close. But then most of the time, what we miss is that we are not asking the customer, are you ready to make a decision at this point? What is a window of within which you will make this decision? Right? And I think that question should be asked before you submit a proposal to a customer. And hence it is a part of qualification. That brings us to our next conversation in terms of timing. In identify, this is absolutely related to timing part of it. Is the customer ready to buy now, or they're going to have a delay in terms of buying, or what is the time window in which they're going to make a decision, right? So when we kind of go to the customer today and we submit a proposal, which I'm sure some of you would have done in one of the other opportunities, what is the kind of questions we ask to uncover? What is the timeline in which customer is going to close the opportunity? Do we ask that question or we do not? It's okay. If we don't also, it's fine.
I believe we does,
Okay.
Pavan. And most of the time that's part of the uh uncovering information which is part of the decision making process.
Okay.
The timeline of the customer.
Okay. Then how do we kind of ask this question typically? How do we phrase it?
I believe it would usually be like, when do you need to have the team, or when do you need to have this applied, or
Hmm.
when do you need to have it launched?
Okay.
Are you looking into having this done on the next X number of days or X number of month,
Hmm.
or what particular quarter, things like that.
Okay. Fantastic. Anyone else? How do you typically ask this question? And the
Yeah,
reason, yeah, go ahead, please.
yeah, I can piggyback on Dindo's answer. Just very high level, the way how we ask it, no different, no specific ways in asking it.
Hmm.
Just by saying, do you have any timeline for us to, start this particular engagement, or do you have any target, timeline for the creation of this particular project that you are inquiring or something?
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Thanks, Manu, for that. Thanks, Dindo, as well. I would request all of you to, kind of jump into this and try phrasing these questions. Because the art of qualification is about asking right questions. And that is going to only happen by practice. The reason we are, after every time we come back and ask that, how do you ask today, is to help you practice asking those questions again and again. Okay, how much ever we do this workshop, but if you're not able to ask those questions, I think the qualification is going to be a little difficult for all of us. So it's important to ask these questions. So whatever you ask, feel free to jump in and kind of express yourself, whatever you ask in respect of timing today. Okay. So timing is one of the most important thing. It also reflects upon, is the customer ready? One part of it. You could also ask about, when do you see the impact of this project, on your business? One way to uncover this information. The other way is, what is a go live date? A lot of time, a go live date will help you backtrack. Do they have enough time to make a decision? Or they are giving you a date which is unrealistic in mind. For example, a customer says that we want to close it in next 15 days. And then you ask, okay, what is your go live date on this? By when do you need the resources deployed? And they say another 15 days, which is largely unrealistic. Okay. Which means either they're not going to make a decision in 15 days, it could be earlier, or they're not giving you the correct data. So I think this is also important, that we start triangulating information during qualification, or whether the customer is giving us the right input, or we should be uncovering more. Another important question at this point. Should we ask one question to only one stakeholder, or can we ask the same qualification question to multiple stakeholders? What do you guys think? I'll repeat. Shall we ask one qualification question to just one stakeholder, or can we ask the same question to multiple stakeholders in the same organization?
I believe we can ask multiple questions. The stakeholder maybe playing a multiple roles.
Okay, fantastic, Hemant. And why do you think so? Why is that important?
Yeah, I have seen one stakeholder playing multiple roles. So if my questions fit into that stakeholder, I can ask multiple questions.
Okay, fair. But if I have to understand only about timing, can I go and ask multiple stakeholders, Hemant?
Yeah, it depends.
Okay, it depends. Fair.
First, I need to try and understand what the stakeholder role is.
Okay, fair. So you're saying it has to be aligned to the role of the stakeholder, and that's when I can ask the question. Okay, fair. Then over to you. You raised your hand, please.
I would say, because you do have two questions, right? If we can ask questions to multiple stakeholders, right? And then if we can ask the same question, right? So for me, it will be both, meaning I would ask multiple questions on multiple stakeholders, but not the same question.
Okay,
So
fair.
so it depends, like when you said, like for example earlier, right? Again, it depends on the stakeholder. If the stakeholder would be on the operations side and would want to look into handling multiple volumes, right? On a certain, anticipating a certain volume on a certain time, right? Then that would be, or that person might give me another or a different date or timeline, right? If I'm going to be talking to, say for example, the quality head, and they would be looking into impact of the metric in terms of the performance of the team, that person might also mention a different date for that certain impact, or to reach that certain impact on that metric for the team, right? So I would ask multiple questions to different stakeholders, but I'm not going to ask the same question. It will be depend on on the person who I'm talking to.
Okay, fair. Deepak, you raised your hand as well. Thanks, Sandhu.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, definitely like what Dindo told, we will be asking multiple questions for different stakeholders, but same question if it is related to timing, yes, definitely we can ask different stakeholders. That's what I feel, because each stakeholder, if it is a finance person, he will be having a target for a different date, and also if it is like from the operations, they will be having a different date, which will help us identify the where this is standing, because they might be starting the production by next month, but the finance, they have a requirement like after 1 month or 2 months when there's sale, that may be the requirement of theirs. So I believe like we can ask so that we can know like where exactly the sale is standing from their side.
Okay, fair. Thanks Deep, for that. Manu, you also raised your hand. Over.
Yeah, very good point from Deepak, and it's just the same thought that I have though. Because if we ask the timing from different stakeholders, it doesn't hurt the deal. I think so,
Yes.
right? Correct. So it's okay for us to ask. Maybe we're asking it from the operations guy. They may have a different timeline because they really need the operations working on a specific time. But for CFO, he might be considering some sort of budget cutoff, so he may have different timing. So getting all those information could be a very good, information that you can piece together in terms of the real, target timeline.
Fantastic.
Pawan,
Please.
if I may, Sam here.
Please, Sam, go ahead.
Time is very crucial as per me. The reason behind it doesn't matter at how many prospects we are talking to and qualifying to, right? The qualification of timeline does matter from the business point of view, because depending on that we have to prepare the investment. At the same time, we also need to prepare the cash in, right? That when we are going to get the business, there are certain projects where we have to do a lot of pre-investment before we start the project, right? And it's very difficult from the business point of view if we don't have the timeline of cash in, that when that pre-investment needs to be done. So it's very crucial from the financial point of view.
Absolutely. See, all of you are right in that answer. The best practice, I'll share the best practice with you largely around this qualification factor or any other questions which you want to ask. It's a good practice to triangulate information, which means you're going to ask the same question to multiple stakeholders, especially in a new environment, to check the authenticity of that information. As a sales professional, it is important for us to know whatever we are being told is authentic, or we are being led into a direction. And that defines a lot of our sales transactions direction. For example, a delivery person is always going to tell you a lead time which is shorter than his actual delivery line, because they want to buffer up for themselves. Correct? They want some buffer for themselves to be there in the hand so that they can do all the work at their end. But that puts the undue pressure on us as an organization to deliver a project within a shorter window. Similarly, when you look at a procurement, they are also going to give you a little shorter window, because they also want to keep, if something does not work out, they would want to escalate and get their work done, because everyone has a KPI in the organization and they all are trying to play to that. Now, you will get a true sense of it when you try to ask the same question to multiple stakeholders and get a viewpoint of what exactly each one of them is saying. For example, the go live date is one of the most common things. The other thing you can ask about the decision-making process, that how does it work? Most of the time, a gatekeeper is going to tell you that, no, I am the senior most guy, I'm going to make a decision. But when you go to another gatekeeper, they're going to repeat the same thing, which means this is a cross of information. Neither of them are being honest to you. There cannot be two people as veto in the opportunity, which we'll get down to, right? And when we get to influence a part in a while. But then that's why it is said it is a good practice to ask multiple questions to multiple people, but it is also important the key questions are repeated with a couple of stakeholders. And especially when you are in doubt, ask multiple people in the same organization. Not in a sense that XYZ told me this. So we are not trying to make them stand or face off with each other for any good reason over here. We're just trying to get ourselves in a safe spot of knowing the correct input. Okay, at no point we are trying to make them face off with each other, that who said right and who said wrong. That's not the objective. You need to subtly ask the questions, get your input, and then move on. Okay, let's quickly move on to the part of what all questions can be asked in the timing scenario. So these are some of the sample questions what you can ask. If you feel any question which is unrealistic or too difficult to ask, please do challenge it. I would be happy to kind of understand why do you feel so and why in this situation it would be true. How many of us asked question number 3 on the screen? This one. Have you ever tried asking this question?
Not me, no.
It's a strong question. Generally, you would get a very clear output on this, that what is the organizational goal or objective to do this entire exercise, and who is benefiting the most from it, right? How about the last question? Has anyone tried the last question? Why do you think this question is relevant in this conversation? What are the other projects you're currently handling that takes most of your time? Why is this relevant to qualification? Any idea? Any thoughts on this?
Well, we would like to know which one they would like to prioritize if they are handling several projects for us to know, identify the proper timing.
Fantastic. And that's exactly the reason, Julie. Thanks for that one. If you go back to the case study, what we said, audit took a priority over everything else. Okay, if I can take you back to the case study where we were, look at this. There's a compliance audit which pushes everything away. And this is true in most of the organizations. If a top management is pushing an initiative, all your conversations would get delayed, which means it is important to ask a client that is there something else which you anticipate or which you're working on right now, which would deprioritize your present conversation with them. And the entire impact is where Sam led it to, that if your forecast is not right, the organization cannot align resources or the cash flow for this project. So timing is important for yourself, for your closure, as well as for the delivery part of it, because this is where you want to go and feed this information into your customer success, that we need the delivery by this point. Okay. Any other questions which come to your mind which you can ask? Yes, Hemant, please.
Yeah, can we ask that question to maybe create additional opportunities?
Which one? The last one?
Yeah.
It might not always give you additional opportunity, Hemant. It's like if you're looking at for creating an opportunity, it's like shooting in the dark. It might all of a sudden give you something on the table out of the blue, but not necessarily an opportunity creation question.
Okay.
Right? And let's think it together. How can a customer answer this question? And I'm just thinking aloud right now that when you ask me as a customer, what are the other projects I'm handling? I would just tell you name of the 3 or 4 projects, which might be or might not be related to you. One way to answer it. Second, I might just plainly say yes or no. That no, there is nothing more important than this right now for me.
Okay. Got it.
Correct. Have you come across answers typically for this question which have led you to opportunities?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
You have? And how did the customer answer which led you to opportunity? I'm just a little curious, so I'm just trying to understand how did
Yeah. Yeah, I do not have any opportunities right now, so I was working with
no,
Dandy. Yeah.
I'm asking if you ask this question to customer, did they
Mhm.
lead you to new opportunities by any chance?
I guess no, because we are still in the opportunity qualification stage.
Okay, fair. So yes, Danny, please. You raised your hand as well.
So I did pass this when I was doing some qualification for another site, and we're also wanting to get a backfill, but at the same time a ramp. And then the customer mentioned that, oh, as of the moment, our priority is on another line of business, and because of that, most of the investments are in the here. And so to me, I think that's a good opportunity as well if to leverage that discussion, because now you know where the company is gearing towards, right? So that gives us a better perspective of, do we have the opportunity then to assist this customer on their priorities? And I can go back to the team and see what are use cases that we can do, that we can, bubble up with a customer, that we are as well have that had that experience and skill set, and we can help you with that. So I think that's where I had that discussion.
Yes, true. Which is absolutely a classic example of what just Hemant asked. And in some cases, it might come up as an indirect list of projects where their priority are, and if you're aligned, it will open up something for you. But in other cases, if they answer yes or no, I think probably you might not be able to probe it down further or push them to name the projects where they're trying to spend their energy or their money is at that point, right? So it can lead you to an opportunity in a very, very rare scenario, but not always. Let's remember that it's not an opportunity unearthing question. It is a byproduct of it. If you uncover something, it is just a plain byproduct of that conversation. Okay. Any other question? Is there anyone who kind of ask any other questions from a timing perspective beyond what you see on the screen? Any other way you guys put it across? No? Okay, thanks. Let's go. Yeah,
I'm
please.
sorry, Pawan. So
Yeah.
are question number 3 and 6 similar?
What would the impact if the date is achieved, and what would be the
Okay, it's
implication?
not achieved. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
It's
So
not
one is what is the success feeling like? And the second is what would be the loss measurement on this opportunity? That's the sixth question. Correct. So if they do not know what does success feel like, most of the organization definitely have a loss picture in view. That okay, if we don't achieve, we're going to be losing so much of money or so much of business. Right. So that's just to help them realize that part of it. Okay, let's get down to our activity quickly. We will continue using the same opportunity. I'll just repeat. And we will continue using the same worksheet which we had last time. I'm going to bring up the worksheet again on the screen. And we would want to phrase 3 questions for the timing part of it. Before I kind of give you the time, do we want to keep the same groups the way we were working last time? Is there any change in the groups? We had kind of, Tina, I cannot see the breakout room. If you could help me over there.
Wasn't part last time, so I don't know which group I am.
Yeah, that's why I'm holding for a moment. I'll just sort that out before we kind of let you guys decide.
Gotcha.
Tina, you're there?
Oh, hi, I'm here. I think I'm able to see the breakout rooms in more. If you click on the button more, there is a breakout room.
No, I'm not able to
I
see
see
the
Tina, but I don't know if she's.
Can you just read out the names of the people in the room so that it is easy for everyone to understand?
Just a second. No, I'm not able to get that.
You're not able to see, right? Just give us a moment, please.
Should I recreate?
I think Tina would have done already. Let me just call her up. Give me a moment.
Sure. Yeah, it is visible now.
Yes. So we had Dindo and June working together. Is that good? Dindo and June? I would need your information on this, please. Dindo, June. Dindo stepped away. June, you
So
there?
sorry. Yeah, I'm here. It's just that I can't go on off mute because of the breakout session is open. But yes, that'll
Dindo,
work.
you and June were in the same group. Christina and Andy were working together.
Yes.
Okay, we have got Manu and Sam together. Manu, do you have opportunity with you to work on this? Do you have any live opportunities, Manu?
Pavan, can you kindly open again
I
the
think he
breakout?
has joined in already. Then we had Anthony, Deepak, and Hemant. Is that they have also joined? Okay, I think Dindo, you can join along with June. She has already gone into the room.
I
That whom
I
were you
I
working with?
I click not now so that I can unmute to answer you.
Okay, so let me move you into another room and put you back there. No problem.
All right, thanks.
Just give me a moment. It will come back on your screen again.
I was working with Tony.
You were working with Tony. Okay, I'll move you with Tony, which is up here. Amay, are you able to assign people? I'm not able to assign as well.
No, I'm also not able to.
Tina, can you please assign Jackie to the last group, which is upper tier?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Okay. And Jada, you were working alone, right? Or you were working with Christina later on?
With Christina.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Can you move Jada to Elite Squad, please? No, Premier Division. Sorry.
Should I hit not now?
No, that's okay. I'm moving you to along with Christina.
Oh, there, I saw it. Premier Division.
Yeah.
I'll join now.
Okay. Jackie, are you able to see it? Okay, Jackie also right. Sam, you would not watch. Sam has also joined. You know what is the issue with this? Why is me and Amay not able to do it? Are the rights not given?
Where?
Why me and Amay are not able to move people around or give do the breakout?
I don't know. Maybe you guys are co-host. Maybe that's why. Wait, Pavan. I'm making you host.
No, Pawan, now I'm able to see the assign now button.
Okay.
Okay. Amay, you want to join any room?
Sure. You suggest me where should I?
Whichever you want to.
Let me join the upper tier.
Yeah. Sure. Hey, thanks, Tina. Romain got dropped, is it? I don't see Romain.
Roman, just wait.
Romain was there, right? Romain Green
Yeah,
was
Roman was there. Roman has joined, but I don't know where is he. I think he's dropped.
okay. Let me see. He got dropped in. That's why he's saying not feeling well. We'll have to join in 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. No, I think if we have the control now, you can, if you want to step away, you can, or you can drop off also. That's fine. I think you wanted to drop off, right?
No, I think I'm going out at 10. So yeah, so 10 तक तो हूँ मैं.
ठीक है, done.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
After 10,
Enjoy.
I'll. Sorry, what?
I was gonna say enjoy your party.
The recording is going on for one.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't change anything. You're free to party on a Friday evening.
Yeah, because I'm so tired and yeah, I wanna go out, but ठीक है.
Whenever you want to drop off, just drop a message on one so that we know you're going to drop off.
Yeah, definitely.
That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Okay, can I request Antonio and group to kind of share what are the questions they have come up with? If you can share your screen.
Yeah, sure. Give me just a second here to share. Okay. Please let me know if everybody can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You,
the
not your
question.
screen. Okay, we can see a screen as well. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
For timing, the questions that our team came up with, number one, how quickly are we looking to implement this process? Number two, what is the risk if we do not implement the solutions within the timeline? Number three, is there a target date you would like to hit? And then number four here, how much time do you foresee for knowledge transfer and transition?
Fantastic. Okay. Anyone who has a great question for them? All of you agree these 4 questions would help qualify on timelines? Yes, Hemant, please.
Yeah, I had one more question that is not that we were not able to update. Okay, we were not able to discuss. The question is like this. Eh, while I asked the timeline to the customer, I would also ask whether if they can implement the solution early. And the other question I would also ask is, are they evaluating any other vendors within the similar timeline? Because not only I need to understand the customer's priority, I need to understand how I need to prioritize this solution as well, right? So if I can provide the solution early compared to the competitors, I may be able to close the deal sooner. I may have competitive advantage.
Okay, what do others feel about that question? That if you can deliver before the customer's expected go live date, would you be able to close faster? Let's put it in absolute numbers. A customer's go live date expected is by end of March, by 30th of March. And you go to the customer and you say, we will be able to give it to you, say about by 10th of March. We'll be able to deploy the solution by 10th of March. And customer expected go live date was 30th of March. Do you think you would be able to close faster for that reason?
Or gain competitive advantage, I would say. They may have budget constraints, but if budget is not a problem and they want to go ahead.
Okay. So Hemant, what you're trying to get at is probably a nego stage right now, because when you put 3 parameters in the same line, right? You're basically trying to take them to the decision-making process and criteria in that scenario. That what is more important for you? Is it the timeline or is it the value or is it the price? Correct? Hemant, you're with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I was just thinking, timeline and budget. Previously we discussed.
There will be
we can
overlay
ask multiple questions to multiple stakeholders.
Absolutely.
Finance may have different target.
Correct.
But yeah, if they are ready to implement the solution early, or for me to gain a competitive advantage, so I need to deliver a solution, and at the same time, customer may be looking out for multiple vendors also, right? If I will be able to provide my solution early, or maybe I can gain competitive advantage.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to answer you. That when you assume it that way, I'll have to, whatever I asked everyone, I'll come back to it whether we will close early or no. But Hemant, to your point, what you're saying is it would depend on what the decision-making criteria are, what is important for them here. If timeline is not an important factor or a priority factor, then it would not give you any competitive advantage. They would say we are comfortable taking it on 30th, but we will not pay you more for it. Right? We don't want it early, but we are not going to pay you a premium because you're able to deliver something early. Because our ask date is 30th. Okay.
Okay.
So you will have to uncover what their priority of decision-making criteria is. And what I'm trying to say in very generic terms, we cannot assume that anything which you're able to do faster, better, or cheaper for them will definitely get you a competitive advantage. It has to be a part of the customer's decision-making criteria. If it is not important for them, it will not give you any advantage. So it has to be important in customer's world. That defines the value of it. Does it answer you, Hemant?
Yeah, got it. So basically, we have to stick with the timeline, right?
No. We're not saying you should stick or you should move forward, backward. We're saying we need to check with the customer.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
But Mr. Customer, if we bring it in advance by, say, about 20 days,
Yeah.
would you be comfortable paying us a little more money? And would that give us an advantage in the conversation?
Yeah, got it.
One way to ask. The second way to ask would be that, Mr. Customer, is timeline a priority on this project? Or is the commercial a priority on this project? Or is it the delivery time, or rather, the kind of talent we bring on the project that is more important? The process is more important. How would you rate this in the order of priority for you? So if they say timeline is the most important thing, then you know that if you bring it early, you will gain an advantage over others.
Yeah.
Gives you an idea, Hemant?
Yes, it
So
does.
there are multiple ways to uncover it, but we cannot assume and we cannot let it pass as well if we have something on our table. Okay, Dindo, you did raise your hand midway, please.
No, totally agree with that, Pavan. I mean, need to understand where the customer is coming from, because if we're going to ask that question um, on a goal of creating an advantage against our competitors, right? The customer might even look into it and maybe use that uh, positioning to other vendors. And
Yeah.
so if that will be the case, instead of, we're not creating that advantage for ourselves, but it's creating us uh, perhaps an additional disadvantage, because if the customer thinks of, okay, so you can launch the activity on an earlier date, right? And let me see if, let's say, for example, the other competitor can also do the same, right? And if they can do the same, and they can even provide, say, for example, a different advantage, say pricing, right, against ours, then that basically, our move basically creates the additional disadvantage for us. So
Yeah.
better understand what is important for the customer, um, and then position it in a way on a question rather than a statement. Say, if we can, if we are able to identify that timing is important to them, the earlier the better for them, then we could probably position it in a way that would it be on our advantage if we can deliver it earlier than your target date. Then we're not necessarily saying that, or promising that we can deliver earlier, but trying to look into the possibility of knowing the advantage of us against the other competitor without customer thinking that, they can play along with that line or along that line with other competitors.
Fantastic. The point we all need to remember in what you just said is it will remain your advantage till the time competition cannot meet the same timeline. The moment competition is capable of meeting the same timeline, you will be a Me Too player in the game, which means both of you would be at par. So if you go back to the advantage and caution conversation we had, we said advantages and cautions are dynamic in nature. And this is a typical example of that. That if I'm able to deliver a service in X days and competition presently states X plus Y, but during the course of the sales transaction, they come back and say, we are also capable of delivering in X. Your advantage is neutralized. Okay, let's be conscious of that fact that advantages are dynamic in nature. While whatever you said, Dindo, is absolutely right, except for the fact you will have to factor the dynamism part of it into the conversation always. Okay, that answers is everyone good with that? Any queries? Okay, fantastic. Now tell me where we were. That if you can do something faster than the competition, will the deal close faster? If you can deliver earlier than the competition, will the deal close faster?
Sorry, Pawan. I mean, sometimes yes, because I have seen a client, who always comes up stating to close the deal as soon as possible. They never have a timeline. They say we need the solution as soon as possible. The client is the one that is taking the interviews. So the sooner I can get the candidates to the client, they take the interview and select them. So I would say sometimes yes.
Okay, what do others feel about it? Yes, Randy.
My take is. Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
Manny.
Someone
Sorry, Manny,
I
go
did
ahead.
not.
No, you start saying and I saw his hand, so absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Manny.
Yeah.
Sorry,
For me, I think the timeline doesn't change if we're talking about end or net new, because I think the timeline is already defined by them. Regardless if you are ahead of the other competition in sending out, what's needed by them or whatsoever. But I think the timeline that they set internally for their within their organization is already there. That's just my take.
Okay, fair. Yes, Sam, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I would love to second what Hemant said, because that's absolutely on the par as per me, because sometimes or either else most of the times we do follow that, right?
Yeah, I understand that, and that's the reason I asked that question, because it sounded it might be on the table for conversation. I'll come back to that, Sam. Dandy, let's hear you out. You had a point to make. Dandy, over to you.
No, I think to your question about sorry, I got lost. What was your question again? The one that was answered by Yamna.
The
Sorry.
question is, if you deliver earlier, will the opportunity close faster?
Yeah. Okay. It depends. One, because doesn't mean that you submitted your solution. You will be the one who's gonna get the project, right? Because the buyer will always look for a comparison, right? But at least you are already the first one to submit. The second thing there is it depends, because sometimes even if you are able to submit the solution, they're still wanted to see other options from other vendors. So I feel like it depends. But sometimes if you are on the money, you're able to understand the requirement, you're able to deliver the expected financial impact for that solution. And because basically that's important. So I think if you ace it, and there's no way for the customer to look for other opportunities unless we are like, I know there's no perfect, but if unless we are perfect, then we are able to um, close the sale early than other vendors. That's just me.
Okay. Dindo, you wanted to add something, please.
No, just again going back to your question, Pavan, and using Hammond's specific example, right? He said that the customer verbalized that they need the solution as soon as possible, and that's why delivering that on an earlier timeline made it to their advantage or to his advantage, right? And so I think it goes back again to the discussion that we had. Like if we understand that timeline is an inherent need to the customer, right? Then having promised earlier delivery of the solution will be on our advantage.
Okay, fair. Christina, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to say, well, maybe I agree with Hermat sometimes, not always, yes, because I agree with what Dandy and Hermat said, but also maybe they have to go through some like key steps internally that are not negotiable. Some authorizations or reviews or that are going to take the time that it was already established, even if you can deliver faster.
Fantastic, Kristen. Thanks for bringing me to that. Now, imagine all of us have bought a car, by the way. Most of us would have bought a car at some point in our life. Car, automobile.
Yeah.
Right. Now, imagine a scenario that you have chosen a brand. Let's keep it BMW and Mercedes, for example. You wanted to buy a BMW. You have zeroed down on it. And the lead time for BMW at that given point of time is about 3 months. And then a Mercedes guy comes and tells you that, no, I can give you Mercedes in 1 month. Would you move away from BMW to Mercedes?
Depends on your need.
Yeah, I was going to say
Exactly
that.
the point. Exactly the point, right? So a timeline is not the only parameter which can move a customer process faster or slower. There are a lot many parameters, as Christina said. There's a settled buying process in every organization. It is very rare that they will be able to fast track it in a given scenario. It is rare. I'm not saying it is not possible. It is rare. Okay. Given the situation the client is in, they might fast track the buying steps, but not generally. So if you're able to deliver faster, doesn't mean customer decision making will move very quickly within the organization, because there are a lot more parameters on which they're going to decide. So that one parameter cannot turn the wheel faster for you. That's the whole point. Exceptional cases would always be there, but in generic scenario, it would not happen. So you need to consider that just you having one advantage or you being able to deliver something faster will not close deal faster for you. Now, coming back to what Hemant and Sam spoke about, let's differentiate an opportunity and an operational opportunity. What you're talking about is an operational fulfillment after you've got an order. There, everything can move faster. But in a sales opportunity, which is a closure from prospect to order journey, it is rare for this to happen. Right? Hemant's scenario is realistic, and he is coming from a delivery perspective largely that we have got an order. We need to fulfill the project. Now I can fast track everything. It is okay. Because there is no choice between you or some other partner for that reason. Until and unless the same position is being contested by 3 different people. Okay, so you need to keep that scenario. Sam, correct me if I'm wrong there. I think that's what you were referring to. Okay, so let's be conscious of the fact that one parameter will not turn the wheel faster. There is a lot more parameters which will have to work in sync for you to drive the closure wheel faster. Okay. Thanks, Anthony, for sharing this. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Let's move forward. If anyone has a disagreement, feel free to voice it out. We would be happy to pick that up. Let's quickly move ahead on the next part of our conversation, which is another case for all of you. I will let you read it before we move forward. Think of it from a perspective, which qualification parameter is missing in this conversation. Yes, Christina, please.
Don't know. Well, what I can see is I don't know if a customer support supervisor would be the correct person to address, like a decision maker. I
Okay.
don't think it would be.
Okay. Yes, Jackie, over to you.
Adding to what Christina mentioned, that Ethan is just referring to the supervisor or the team lead in this case, and he needs to this type of conversations or needs to go directly to the decision makers because they are going to be the ones like deciding if we will be a good fit or if they will move forward to add a new company.
Okay. Fair. Anyone else? Any views?
Yeah, as we know, like there'll be 5 to 6 DIs in an opportunity, right? So I would say he did not engage all the stakeholders.
Okay, good. Fair. Okay, this is exactly what happens in the case. Christina, Jackie, Himat, all of you were on the same point. So I think if we go back to our sales call plan discussion, which is meeting preparation conversation, all of you would have understood there are multiple stakeholders in every opportunity, right? And we all agreed in the last conversation, B2B complex selling typically 5 to 6 people. So one of the important parameters of qualification is understanding what role each of these people play. Okay. So again, going back to how do you uncover what role is someone playing in an opportunity and how do you do it today? Do we try to uncover what role this person is playing, or we kind of look at the visiting card, look at the resignation and assume things from there? Anyone who asks a question around this? How to uncover what role, a specific connect plays in an opportunity? Let's quickly understand. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, we can ask who do we need to involve in this decision
Who
making
will
or
need
in the
to?
meeting. Yep.
Okay, fair. Okay. Let's quickly look at what the kind of roles we can see in the opportunity. And most you have gone through this exercise. So does anyone remember what are the 4 categories of decision influencers?
Veto.
Okay, fantastic.
Veto.
One is veto.
Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper, okay. Then
Coach.
coach, okay. There's one more.
I forgot.
User.
User, okay, fantastic. Now, how do you understand who the veto is in the opportunity? What kind of conversation, or how do you understand from the conversation the person you're meeting to whether they're a veto or not? Because you cannot go and ask someone that are you the veto. So how do you uncover from a conversation if this person is a veto in the opportunity?
Usually veto will have an IR designation.
Yeah.
Okay, fair, Hemant. What else?
Has the final decision.
As a final decision, fair point. What else?
Who is evaluating the or who will be part of the evaluation process? Who has that decision maker, something like that.
Would you want to refine that a little bit?
Yeah, or we can ask who in your team will be involved in evaluating a partner, if we are qualified or other, competition.
Okay.
Would that qualify?
Would that lead you to veto? Your question, would it help you uncover who the veto is?
Veto, yeah, decision makers or no?
Okay. Someone was trying to say something when you start talking. I'm sorry, I missed. Who was that?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
me, Sam.
Yeah,
So
Sam.
I believe mostly the person who has veto power, right?
Hmm.
They speaks very authoritatively during the conversation,
Hmm.
and they generally focus on what's there in the deal for them. So majorly on ROI, that's where they focus on. So
Okay.
if somebody is talking majorly about ROI, what
Hmm.
return they are going to get against the
Hmm.
investment,
Hmm.
I think that's a kind of indication that 95% he would have the veto power. But again, it's very subjective, but this is what I feel like.
Fantastic. So I think we covered somewhere all the 3 points. First, this person would be the final decision maker, which means they can unilaterally decide yes or no for the opportunity. You would get a sense of it with the conversation that can they unilaterally decide. That's the first criteria. Second, as Sam said, they would talk the language of ROI or the organization impact. Now, what does that mean? They're not talking features. Okay. They are not talking features. Jada, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, wanna add in there as well. Maybe if we can also listen for blocking languages, because veto players often speak in constraints and not opinions.
Would you want to give an example? This is interesting.
Let's say, for example, um, they can say, if you are going to have a conversation, it could possibly, we could have a possible response like, that won't be approved because, so that already provided you like an instinct that, hey, why does it have to be on that way? It means that he's not the approver, or he's not the direct decision maker, or we're not allowed to. So those kind of examples. I don't have any idea what it really looks like in the real world, since I don't have any idea, but that's what I'm just, just my thoughts, sir.
Jada, I would want you to hold with that thought. I'll ask you this question in a moment again. Okay, and then tell me where would you
Okay.
want to place this. Okay. Yeah. So going back, veto typically would talk in a ROI or a organizational impact level. These are the people who are not going to talk about your product features. They talk about how does it impact the overall organization or the larger part of the organization. They would talk about, okay, can you make it faster so we can meet our SLA? One way to talk about it. They would also talk about, we would want you to reduce this cost over a period of window, or we would want you to change the deployment model so we can get a better profitability. Conversations would be far more different from a ROI or organizational impact perspective. They will have a unilateral decision-making power. Last, they will have high authority, not necessarily a high designation, but a high authority. Now, what does this mean? Take an example. When you want to buy a lot of laptops, say about 500 to 800 laptops for FCX, who would be the decision maker as per you? Who would have a veto power? We're talking about, let's say, 800 laptops.
Procurement.
Okay, Hemant says procurement. Who would be the veto?
Maybe someone from IT who knows about the equipment.
What designation would you put, Christina, if it has to be IT? Give it a thought.
Oh.
Head of finance is what Dandy says. Okay, fair. Yes, Dindo?
It depends on who has the need. So, regardless of the department, whoever has the need would be the head of that team, would be the veto power. Who will have the veto power.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
For me, that large amount of purchase, let's say 1,000 computers and all that, so it might have to be involved. The people who might have to be involved there is the CFO, head of the IT, C-level from the procurement or whatsoever.
Okay. Now let's reverse this conversation a bit and then think. Someone wants to, in FCX, you want to buy a lot of water bottles. There's an event happening and you want to buy water bottles, 500 ml standard water bottles. Now, who would have the veto power for that?
Procurement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or admin. Or admin.
Procurement.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees on that? Procurement for water bottles? This is exactly what we mean by authority. Authority changes with the value of the transaction you're having with your customer. So high authority is not necessarily high designation. Okay, when it comes to 800 laptops, you guys went to CFO, you went to CXO level in IT, probably it could even go to your management, depending on the kind of laptops you're buying. If I replace it with, let's say, a data center purchase, it would definitely go to a management. It's a strategic decision. So please understand decoding high authority in a veto is an important factor. Please understand how valuable is this transaction for your customer. So not necessarily a CEO of or a CXO of the client organization would come on the table for every deal. Sometimes it could be defined by the delivery director. It could also be taken over by VP operations or someone at a far lesser level. So high authority is a subjective conversation for that specific deal. Remember that in your mind when we say high authority. Okay. Keep this water bottle and laptops with you all the time. Are you selling a water bottle? Will it end with procurement? Or is it a laptop which is high value enough for it to go to the CFO? So you would also be able to understand veto by the kind of product you're selling and who is coming on the table across. Okay, that's your first rule, veto. Can you have multiple vetoes for the same opportunity? Can there be two veto for the same opportunity?
No.
No.
Okay. All of you agree with no? Any exceptions come to your mind?
I think it's possible.
In the what scenario, Dindo?
So say for example, you're trying to look into like the need of the customer is all about quality improvement, right? So quality improvement could be a target for the quality team. It can also be a target for the operations team.
Okay.
Because it could have an impact not just on the quality metric, but also has a direct or indirect impact to their operational metrics as well. So for that, if you're proposing a solution for quality, you can have two veto coming from the quality head or the head of operations or the head of operations.
Okay. Would that lead to two vetoes? Veto's definition is someone who has a unilateral power to turn your deal upside down, which is if they say yes, it's yes. If they say no, it is no. So the example what Dindo gave in this, can you have two people who are saying yes and no?
There will be conflicts and ultimately it will go to the final decision maker, right?
So you're saying there can be only one Hemant. That's what you're
Yeah, right.
Okay. So in a regular B2B selling, you will always have one veto. The exceptions would be when the decisions go to board of directors. If there is a panel of team deciding it, or if you're talking to a government organization where there's a committee members which are all given the same powers. I'll repeat. A panel, board of directors, or a government organization when there's a committee where everyone has a similar power. These are some of the examples where you will have multiple vetoes. Other than this, you will typically have one veto. And this is the most challenging thing which you will have because everyone claims to be a veto. We need to be very smart about uncovering who the actual veto is. Second question, is it necessary you will always have access to the veto? Is it necessary that you will always have an access to the veto?
No.
No.
Not necessarily. No.
Exactly. So it is not necessary you will always have access to the veto. You might just sometimes know who the veto is. That's about it. Okay, but that does not change who the veto is. You not having access does not change the veto for an opportunity. Remember that. For example, the CEO of a customer company is a veto. And if you cannot reach the CEO, that does not make a customer operation head or a CFO or a procurement officer as a veto. The veto will always be the CEO, whether you were able to reach them or no. So let's not confuse if you're not able to reach, that doesn't change the veto power. Okay. Let's move to the next one, which is user. Now, user is generally going to be talking about ease of use. So when you get into a customer conversation, your customer would always talk about a lot of features, how to support them, how to focus on the quality part of it. What happens if it breaks down? They take it very, very personally. What happens if something does not work? Whom do I reach out to? Okay. And the last one, which is several or many. What does this mean? Several or many? A user can be multiple in a same organization. For example, when you sell into AT&T, every region you have one project running and there is a user for that project, right? So in a single account, you can have multiple users. It doesn't mean that you will have one, and everyone's persona would be very different. In one region, you might be talking to VP operation. In the other place, you might be talking to customer success guys. In the third, you would be talking to quality folks. Same account, multiple users. So there can be several or many. Okay. But please remember, users are going to take you pretty much into the detailing of the entire solution. They're going to make it threadbare. They will ask you a lot of feature related questions, a lot of if and but questions. What if this does not work? What if this fails? How do I handle it? Who will be my SPOC? These are the kind of questions users will ask typically. Okay. Can you have an opportunity without user? Can you have an opportunity without a user?
No.
Oh.
Christina says no. Hemant
I
says
think
no.
we do.
Sorry, someone was saying something, please. Someone was saying something. Can you have an opportunity without user?
No.
Manu says yes.
I think it would be. I think it would depend on the size of the organization.
Would depend on the size of the organization. Okay, thanks, Anthony, for that. Dindo says no. Any other views? Let's go back to the car. Do you ever buy a car if no one is going to use it?
No.
Has any of you ever bought a car if no one is going to use it? Guys, if someone has bought, please raise your hand. Has anyone ever bought a car when no one is going to use it?
No.
The same thing happens in a B2B. There has to be a user.
If there's not a user, there's not need for it.
Exactly. There's no business requirement, which means there is no one who is asking for it. So without a user, you cannot have an opportunity. Okay. You need to have a user in every opportunity. When you go back to your sales call planners again, you will realize if there is no user, then we have a red flag. We have not uncovered the user in that case. So please remember, there's always a user in the opportunity. Third is the gatekeeper. Okay. I'm delaying your break by about 5 minutes. We'll finish this and take about 20 minutes break so that you can club your activity in this together. Okay. I'll just finish this and then we'll take a break, guys. The third one is a gatekeeper or a checklist person. This is the most interesting personality in the entire conversation. These are the people who will shortlist based on the checklist that is shared with them. Please remember, they might not be capable of creating a checklist. Typically, they get a checklist from someone and they're shortlisting people based on that. Normally, they're not a final decision maker. Third, they can decide who will be shortlisted, but they cannot kind of chuck you out if you qualify in. If you qualify in, they cannot throw you out of the opportunity unilaterally. Fourth, they are the inquiry checklist follower. Most of the time, you will come across a gatekeeper saying, I am the veto. How many times have you heard procurement guys saying that we are the veto? Okay, so they are the one who are most difficult to uncover because they generally pose as veto. And you will have to be very sharp enough to ensure that you're not taking gatekeeper as a veto. Remember, the easier way to ask this question to them is, who other than you decides in this opportunity? The moment you hear another name, you got to be conscious that this person is not a veto. Okay, be conscious of this role. This is always going to lead you to mislead you to kind of having a veto conversation. Jada, I would bring you back into your question now. Jada, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Now, with a gatekeeper, were you referring to gatekeeper or you were referring to veto? That's what I would ask you when you made that comment.
Oh, I'm referring to how we can identify if the person we are speaking with is a veto or whoever.
So if someone is trying to give you answers in more of the word you use, what was the word you used?
The language, the blocking language.
Yeah, the blocking language. So will a veto use a blocking language or a gatekeeper use a blocking language?
A gatekeeper.
Yes, and that's why I held you up over there. Typically, gatekeeper is going to give you a blocking language saying that no, this will not get approved because he has a checklist.
Yeah.
Okay. He is answering
Yeah.
the answers based on checklist. So they just look at a checklist and say, no, this will not be approved. No, the past trend says this has not been approved. Okay. While a veto will always be able to evaluate the merit and still take a decision.
Yes, correct.
A blocking language is going to be a gatekeeper conversation, not a veto conversation. Fair? So this is the third one.
Okay.
Now, remember that every opportunity will have all the three roles. Every opportunity will have all the three roles playing across. Can one person play two roles in the opportunity? Can I have a user and a gatekeeper in the same person?
Yes.
Yes.
Small firms.
So
Definitely.
let's be, and thanks Deepak and Christina for that. Yes, that is possible. One person can play a user and gatekeeper, gatekeeper and veto, user and veto. All those combinations are possible. Okay. And these three, until unless you're talking a startup, you will have these roles spread across multiple people.
Okay.
In a case of a startup, you will see these roles concentrating into one person largely. One or two people. So if the organization is very, very small, then you will see one or two people playing all the three roles. But if these are large enterprises, then you will see these roles spread across multiple people. Okay. The fourth one. Now, fourth one is a coach. This is important to know. You might or might not have a coach. You might or might not have a coach. So it is not a mandatory role in your every opportunity. It is a subject of how long you have been able to work with a customer and develop a coach or not. Okay. The coach has three criteria and all three have to be checked in. Does anyone remember what the three criteria are? You have done this earlier. There are three criteria for any connect in your customer place to be called as a coach. First, you should have a high credibility with your coach. Second, coach should have a high credibility with all other DIs, which is all of the decision influencers. And third, your coach should want you to win. Okay. So whenever we are trying to uncover an opportunity qualification, who are the people involved, we will try to uncover these three roles as mandatory. And this is something, if we have developed, we will know this by default because this is developed. This is your effort. This need not be uncovered. Coach is what you develop. So you would know who your coach is. Basis, all the 3 points are getting checked out. If any of the three is not matching up, then the person is not your coach. Any questions before we move forward? Is this good? We are clear with the 4 roles? And all of them qualify as decision influencers. So we put them in the category of influencers. Let's quickly take a brief. The type of decision influencers: veto is a final decision maker. User is going to be worried about the impact of your solution. Gatekeeper is going to screen out. Coach is like a GPS in your opportunity. They're just going to guide you. Okay. These are what are the different roles in your current opportunity. Go back and reflect upon the opportunities you're working on if you know all the 3 people over here and if you have a coach or not. Okay. Let's look at some of the questions what you can ask to uncover this. You will see a lot of questions on this section because this is important for you to uncover people. Has any of you ever asked the last question? Is there a project sponsor? Is it a fair question to ask? Is there a project sponsor? Is it a fair question to ask?
Depends on the situation, I guess.
But it is okay to ask this question. Okay. Now, remember one important thing. If your tone is right, if your tone of asking question is right, customers do answer most of the questions. Okay, and all these are realistic questions which we have tried ourselves in a different part of our career. So I can assure you that none of these questions have ever backfired if you are right in asking with a polite tone. Any other questions which you asked today to uncover decision influences? Okay. What I'll do is I'll give you about a 20 minutes break. Depending on your group, you can choose whether you want to come back and freeze your questions, or you want to freeze the questions and then take your break. But we'll join back again in about 20 minutes from now. Okay, I'm opening the breakout rooms for all of you. You can choose as a group, you want to do it now or take a 10 minutes or 15 minutes break and come back and do it in 5 minutes. But overall, you have 20 minutes to finish this activity and also take your break. Over to you guys. You can join in your rooms. Roman, I'll park you in one of the rooms. Didn't you able to see it on your screen? Okay, didn't double join later, which is fair.
Hi, Dindo, June, Romain. Please let me know if in case you are not able to join the breakout rooms. Okay, you are on break. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Hi.
We're doing okay now. Anything you wanted to add in the conversation?
No. I just I went into room and they decided to take a break. So I thought let them go and then I came out.
Okay.
Next. So विंडो जून रूम इन इनका हो चुका है अभी वो लोग सैम का कोई तो मैसेज आया है हाय सैम
Hi, Sam. Looking nice.
Yeah, I think I was in a break room, but then I was just
Which room were you in?
switching from devices to one device to other. So I'm not sure if I can step into the break room. Bhavan,
You
can you
can.
put me in the break room? It's called
Which room were you in?
Elite.
Elite. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, Sam, I was asking anything you want to add up in the conversation? Feel free to jump in.
No, Pawan, it is going good. I think it is a good refresher also. क्योंकि मैंने जो DI पढ़ाया है वो एक बार रिफ्रेश भी हो जाए. That is a good thing.
So I think we have now competition, which is going to take a while, and rest two should get over quickly.
हाँ, but स्कोर कार्ड बनाने में टाइम जाएगा ना?
It will take about an hour.
तो वो परसों पे लेके जाना है कैसे करना है?
नहीं हो जाएगा. We are at 10, right?
We are at 10. We have 2 hours.
We still have about another 2 hours.
ब्रेक छोड़ के let us say you have 1.5 hour.
हो जाना चाहिए.
विशाल just went away. अभी तक थे ऑफिस में ही थे.
He was you are still in office?
हाँ, I'm doing it from office.
Oh my goodness. You have an
नहीं,
amazing
मैंने घर शिफ्ट किया ना अभी. I'm just 2 kilometers away. तो
Oh,
घर पे अभी वाईफाई नहीं लगा है.
okay.
तो वो चल के मैंने सोचा कि फोन के नेट पे तो भरोसा नहीं मुझे.
It doesn't work most of the time. When you need it most, it will give up.
हाँ, तो मैंने सोचा ऑफिस में बैठता हूँ 2 किलोमीटर बाद में भी चला जाऊंगा तो फिर फर्क नहीं पड़ना है. अभी वो रिसेंट मतलब परसों ही घर से शिफ्ट किया है.
Okay.
Like I
So
was
now
like
you're with family in Bombay or still alone?
I was always with family in Mumbai.
Okay.
We were living in Ghatkopar.
Okay.
यहाँ से like 22 kilometers था. तो रोज आने जाने में 1.5 घंटा जा रहा था वन साइड. मैंने सोचा चलो यहाँ शिफ्ट हो जाएंगे तो
So
बेटर.
now you're in which part of Bombay?
आई एम वेरी नेक्स्ट टू गोरेगांव ऑफिस.
अच्छा. I have not seen the Goregaon office yet.
हाँ, तो ये सारा जो एटमॉस्फेयर दिख रहा है ये ओरिजिनल है, कोई एआई नहीं है इसमें.
I've never been to the Goregaon office of ours.
हाँ, आजा.
Actually, I've never been to any of our offices in Mumbai.
Is it?
Yeah, I've never entered our own offices.
Okay.
I always come, I deliver the session in that,
Best.
co-working.
Best. This is
And
also
then I'm out.
co-working. This is also co-working, and this is so we had a SAM workshop today here.
Okay. This is which one? What is the name of this one?
This office is Workafellers.
How do you spell it?
Workafella.
Workofella. Okay. Fancy name.
Yeah, co-working. Na?
Correct.
Vinayak was here today.
हाँ दोपहर में टीना ने बोला मेरे को विनायक was there so he will not join. She has dropped off.
हाँ, she informed. She dropped off.
उसको कहीं जाना था करेंगे ना हालांकि ठीक है जाओ पार्टी करो.
ये वो सुबह से वो बेचारी भाग भाग के थक गई है. उसने भी आज 8:30 बजे शुरू किया था. एंड होता क्या है ना ये पब्लिक वर्कशॉप में बहुत भागम भाग हो जाती है. एंड वो
I generally don't feel इसमें कोई भागम भाग है.
नहीं भाई वो अपने ऑफिस में हो ही जाता है. मतलब वो जब इवन पहले ये भी करती थी ना क्या नाम था उसका सलोनी, तब भी उसकी भागम भाग हो जाती थी. अरेंजिंग फूड, अरेंजिंग लॉजिस्टिक, अरेंजिंग स्टफ विच इज ये रह गया वो रह गया, फिर वो वीडियोस निकालने थे टेस्टिमोनियल के, उसमें सब टाइम गया.
That takes a lot of time.
हाँ. तो देन शी वाज टायर्ड व्हाइल लीविंग, मैंने बोला चुपचाप ज्वाइन कर घर जाके.
She's like a kid who's just passed out of college times.
नहीं, शी इज नॉट, शी हैज एक्सपीरियंस.
How much?
Youngest is Kailash in us.
Yeah, Kailash is not even completed his entire education.
हाँ, so वो he is 21-22 का है वो, ये 26-27 की.
Okay, so she has some work ex at least.
हाँ, तो अपना जो पुराना ऑफिस था ना, माइंड स्पेस वाला, वहां पे ये काम करती थी.
विशाल ने बताया मेरे को बाद में.
The energy is good, that is for sure.
Learning level is decent, so you can't challenge that.
Correct. इंटेंट दिख के आता है, लर्निंग ठीक ठाक है, तो
does not say no very easily to anything as well. जब तक उसको बिल्कुल ही समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, I have not heard a no yet.
एंड देन वो पूछने में डरती भी नहीं है.
हाँ.
नहीं समझ आया, अब बता. हाँ ठीक है, नहीं आया फिर. दैट इज गुड, बट एज फार एज सीखना है तब तक सिखाने को हम तैयार हैं.
Correct. Now competition and then the other two. Let me finish that and first funnel. Last funnel, we will focus on the entire scorecard.
How do you take this M2H, N2H?
How do we take that?
ठीक है, देखूंगा मैं, मतलब मैं, that is something which is.
ठीक है.
When we just started our good discussion, me and Manuel, and then we threw back to the main session, and I can see the white smile on your face, right, Manuel?
So you're dragging, you were still speaking, so.
So I don't know if we protected menu or we protected you from him.
I think you protected both of us from each other. Because we have spent so many, I would say, so many long hours together in last 1 week, right, Manu? Probably last 5 days,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
So we miss each other, and we have a lot of quick chats there.
Catching up to do, right? And don't ask us what we did, because
No,
of
I'm
course
not
we
going there right
work.
now. I'm
Of
too
course
short on time to go there.
we worked, but there are things which we cannot talk about. But yes, good.
Okay. Fair enough. Separate forum for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Manny and
Now
Sam,
I'm
can you guys
curious.
bring up? Sorry, it's Christina.
No, sorry, I was saying that now I'm curious.
For that, you have to come down to India, or I have to fly then to Colombia. But anyway,
Exactly, yeah.
Sam achieved the purpose of making someone curious, and I'm happy about it.
But you know what? So that we can go back to the topic here, we can share some, right? We can share
yes.
our,
Good,
if you're
Yes,
looking for
please.
Yeah.
answer switches for this particular topic. So technically, for the last two sessions wasn't around. But thanks for Sam for giving me some information about it, and we're able to compose. And I think for this specific activity, we're going to identify, right, who are those influencers from the deal that we are currently working with. So technically, what we identify, me and Sam, is
Have you
our
phrased,
current
sorry,
deal.
man, have you phrased the questions? Is it okay if I ask you to share your screen so that everyone can read your question?
No, you
Yeah,
haven't.
sure.
You
Yeah, no,
did
I
correct
have.
it.
Yeah,
Great.
I have.
Great.
Very quickly, because the template was shared to me by Deepak. Thank you, Deepak. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Please, current. Okay. So this is very draft. I did not. So I don't have the details here from the top.
No
But
problem.
speaking of, the influencer. So
Mhm.
little background is that the deal that I am currently working on right now is small company, a startup, I would say. So he is the COO himself who's reaching us, that he is needing this particular needing a partner who can provide this specific headcount. So the um, so it's kind of like reverse in the sense that I'm working with the COO. However, I need to identify who are those influencers, who are those users, you know, or he can be the users who can provide us the proper need in order for us to craft the solution. Okay. So from here, these are the questions perhaps that that I crafted. Number one, there is to identify who will be involved in the evaluation of partners. But definitely for this one, I already know that he himself, because he's the COO, who signs the contract for the budget. If they're going to outsource, we can throw. For me, I can have that particular question though. But the real question that I think is needed at this point, given that he is the COO that I'm dealing with right from the start, is to know who else would be able to that I need to loop in, to make sure that everyone is visible. Or can I say here, who else should I loop in to make sure everyone has a visibility? And my goal here is to identify who are those from the user's end, from the operation side, who can give me the right information about their need. Okay. And that will bring me, if I'm going to get the right need that they have coming from the user, then we'd be able to craft the right solution for them. Can be the thought there from Sam is that it can be that the need that was given by the COO might just be the high level, right? Might not be the right need, coming from their operations team and all that stuff. So that's it. It's kind of like involving people below the COO, so that we can craft the right solution for them.
So do you have a user in this opportunity or no?
No, we don't have the user. It's the CEO himself who's reaching it to directly to me that they need this particular, partner. Um, um, so here's the situation here. They have um their internal support, but what he's planning, the CEO wants to outsource, instead of employing their post sales management. So that's why he's trying to connect to outsourcing like BPO, like Fusion, BPO, and trying to evaluate our performance so that he wanted to transition their internal team to us, something like that.
So CEO is your veto, or is he your gatekeeper, or is he the playing any other role?
Me too. I based on our conversation, he has the command. He he is talking about mostly on ROI because it's quite expensive if he is employing them directly. So that's why he wanted to venture for outsource their internal employees, you know. So that from that particular standpoint, it seems or it is he is really a veto, right?
So who would be the COO in that case? What role would a COO plays?
CEO, yeah, that particular someone, CEO,
So you told CEO is the veto.
no.
Chief Executive Officer is the veto, right?
So I haven't met the CEO, but only the COO. At the same time, he
Okay.
is
You're saying
yeah,
Chief Operating Officer is the veto over here.
right. But I sense that he is also a veto because he's also talking about ROI. It's starting from the beginning. So do you think, he's not yet the
So you're sure who your veto is largely in this opportunity. Is that what you're saying?
right, right. It's just my perception because from
Mhm.
the looks of it and the way how we converse, I find him a veto.
Fantastic. But we agreed that there cannot be an opportunity without a user, and now we are saying we don't have a user here. How is that?
We don't have a user. Yes, exactly. So that's the challenging part here. How I position to ask for a user to be part of the conversation.
Hmm.
So we wanted to start in this particular question, this one,
Okay.
the third one on the list.
Let's open it up to everyone. Okay. If all of you heard Manu, then I want you to share your views. Do we have a user here, or we do not have a user? What do all of you think? Based on the explanation, is there a user in this opportunity, or there is no user in this opportunity yet?
Their current in-house team should be the current user, and they want to outsource it to us.
Who is representing them, Deepak? You're absolutely right. But who is representing them?
Currently, I think Manu haven't got any contact with them, right?
No, it's the COO.
COO is the representation of the existing team, which means COO will play a dual role. He will be user and he will play another role. Okay, Manu?
Yeah,
So
right.
you will have to be
I'm
conscious of
thinking.
the fact that a lot of time, even your higher designation people can be a user.
Hmm.
So CEO might be a veto, which Chief Executive Officer might be the veto over here. And I'm still saying might be because we don't know. But with whatever you're explaining, Chief Operating Officer would be the actual user of your service, and he will represent the entire group. Everyone below him would be represented by the Chief Operating Officer for the time being. So Chief Operating Officer will have a dual role. He will be the user and also might be a gatekeeper for this reason. Okay, so you might want to go
Agree,
for
Pavan.
this.
Yeah,
Right?
because they are a startup company,
Correct.
as explained to you earlier. Yeah,
Yes,
they are
then it might be concentrated roles. Then the roles might get concentrated into just a couple of people. So then probably the user you're trying to find out, you might never reach below that level. It would only remain constant with COO.
Okay.
Correct?
Yep,
And between the COO and CEO, all the roles will end up. If it's a startup. And that's what we said. In a startup, the entire concentration will come to one or two people. This is a classic case of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't force fit finding more people. Rather ask them that will there be more people or no. I think that's a good strategy to have.
Okay.
Because otherwise you will keep force fitting. Everyone you meet, you will try to force fit them into one role. Right? And that's another thing which all of us should remember. There is no force fitting of the roles. Let's not push people into boxes. It's okay. Right? Even if there's an overlay, if they're playing dual role or if we are not able to uncover, it's fine. Mark them with a caution and leave them there. But don't forcefully fit them into one role. It is going to do more harm rather than any good to us. Fair enough? Okay. Thanks, Manu and Sam, for that.
Fair enough.
Let's
And
move
thank you,
on.
Pravan, because this is an active, pursuit of mine. So I'm going to follow your advice there.
Yeah, appreciate that for sharing that. That's
Thank you,
helpful.
Pavan. Thank you, Manuel, for that help. So, you guys continue. I have to jump on another call, but Pavan, I'm listening to you as well. So there is
Yeah,
some
sure, no
critical
problem.
issues going on. I am listening to you, and I will keep interject my thoughts whenever it's required. No worries.
No
Thank you.
problem at all, sir. Thanks a lot for updating
Yeah.
us. Okay, let's move forward to the next part of it, and for that, I'll again want you guys to read this. Which parameter is Oliver missing out in this conversation? Let me leave you with a hint. It's a parameter which we all love to talk about.
I see they are talking about the preferred partner, so I guess it's the competition.
Yes, Eman, thanks for bringing that up. It's actually the competition what we are looking at, and this is actually what happens, what Oliver missed out on. I would request all of you to not miss the last sentence on the screen in the bold letters. That's all. Has everyone been reading?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So competition is not just one dimension, and I think that's what the slide talks about largely. Competition has multiple dimensions, and what dimensions does it have? We will try and cover that up in next few minutes. But please do remember, generally there is never one competition. There's multiple forms of competition, and it has dimensions to it. Okay. Before we get to the, what are the dimension of a competition? I'm sure all of us ask about this. That one, how much do we know about our competition? And second, what are the questions we ask to our customers to uncover competition? I'm sure all of you ask these questions. So I would want to hear from all of you, how do you phrase that? We don't ask about competition. So how do we phrase those questions?
One of the questions that I ask sometimes, even with the clients that I currently have, that we are not the main center, let's say, it's like if they are currently working with another provider for the service. So with those discovery questions, we know if we can get more of their wallet share in this case.
Okay, and do you ask any questions to uncover who that provider would be if they don't tell you the name?
I do.
How do you ask that?
If they say yes, that they have the other provider, I ask where they are located first, and let's say they mention a place in the Philippines. So I mentioned that we have also some centers over there, and I start mentioning where we are located, and then I ask like. Can you give me the name of the competitor? And most of them are very open to, because
Okay.
they like to share details, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and that's a part of the question what we have on the screen. The second part, Jackie, what you just asked is about how much do we know about a competition. So the kind of questions you ask generally will tell you about who's your competitor, and based on certain parameters or features or strength areas, you would typically be able to uncover this if they don't tell you the name straight. Okay, and that's the first part of the question. Second is what you asked earlier, that very softly, that are we the preferred vendor? Is there someone providing the service right now? Correct. So these are the two kind of questions which you can ask about competition. Any other way someone asked? Any other insights on this? On competition part?
Any questions that it can be asked is um what's the reason why you keep let's say 2 3 vendors, right? I know that because there's a champion challenger, right? That's part of it. But what do they want to achieve by getting several vendors? Because that way we understand, okay, so probably our expertise and strength is this, and our weakness is probably their strength. And that alone will be able to identify and be better in those areas. That's just my topic.
Yeah. So do you have a single partner policy, or you prefer multiple partner in the same environment, right?
Correct.
That's something which we can always ask. Fair enough. Anyone else has any other question which comes to your mind?
What are the other options which you are exploring to fix this issue or something like that?
Fantastic. Okay. And why would you ask that, Deepak? How is that a competition?
Because if we are the one who are trying to fix it, then they will be having other options also, like maybe it is a different vendor or different solution which they are looking for.
Fantastic. Okay. Okay. That's a nice one, Deepak.
Thank you.
Anyone has any other thoughts? Okay. So let's understand what kind of competition do we have today. There are multiple kind of competition which you face, and typically what we all talk about is just one, which is this. The same solution category. The solution which you provide, your competition providing a similar solution. This is what we are worried about, and this all is called as a direct competitor. Okay, all of us know them pretty well. All of us are very well educated about them in terms of what are their strengths, what is their weakness, and we are very quickly able to pinpoint them, right? Like Jackie said, I would ask a location, then I'll ask a little bit about their strength areas, and I'll be able to zero down on 2 or 3 of them. Because these could be my probable competitors. What do we mean by indirect competition? Anyone? What do we mean by indirect competition? Let's go back to the car. I'll keep taking you back to the car again and again. You want to commute from point A to point B. Either you can own a vehicle. Okay, you can buy your own car. When you're buying your own car, you evaluate BMW, Mercedes, Audi. Okay. Will Uber be also competition to you? while you're trying to evaluate buying a car, will Uber also be a competition?
Yes.
Uber is a direct competition or an indirect competition?
Indirect.
Fantastic. That is what this means. What is an equivalent solution which can still fulfill a customer need?
Pavan, I'm sorry, one question. In this case, when the clients have their on-site, will be that an indirect competition as well?
I'll just come to that. That's here, Jackie. You just
a
little ahead of it. Okay. Yeah. So
Thank you.
when you have your own, when you're trying to commute from point A to point B, and you want a resource of your own, which is you're trying to buy a car. When you're evaluating a car to car, then you're talking about a same solution category. BMW, Mercedes, Audi will be a direct competitor to each other. Uber can still give you the same output, but you're not going to own the asset. But your need of going from point A to point B is still fulfilled, which is indirect competition. I still achieve my objective without any competition or from an alternate solution. That is indirect competition. Deepak, this is what you referred to, right? And that's why I said it is an excellent way to express competition largely, an alternative solution.
So in our case, instead of a service, if they go for a technology or a AI system, that is a indirect.
Exactly. The outcome will be achieved, but not with any of your competitive solution. Okay, that's your indirect competition. The third is what Jackie just spoke about, internal resources. Customer forms their own team. Internal resources. This is your third form of competition largely. Customer can choose to use their internal resources and still be able to achieve the same result. Fourth is a budget or a resource competition. What does that mean? This is about every company has a limited budget in a given year. So if your project is not a priority and something else becomes a priority, you're going to lose that deal. Okay. Sometimes it's an internal project level competition within the organization. So there are 3 projects on a COO table, and they are only supposed to choose one. Because that is the only resource available in that financial year. That is a budget or a resource competition. Okay. And fifth is customer not taking a decision at all. So no one wins, no one loses, but still it is a competition to you. And in a sales profession, this is the most difficult competition we all compete against. Customer not making any decision at all. Now you would ask me, how do we define a competition if everything is a competition over here in terms of 5 categories? Ideally, the way you should define competition is any competitive alternative you come across should be considered as a competition. I'll again repeat, any competitive alternative is a competition to you. Hence, budget becomes a competition. Hence, internal resources become a competition. And so is status quo, which is no decision, becomes a competition. And fifth one is largely a competition because you lost your time. As a sales professional, the most valuable asset you have is your own time. Go back to what Amay spoke about in the smart selling process. The most valuable asset you have is your own time. And that's why we call it smart. So we need to value our own time, and that's why no decision is also a competition. We do not want to work on opportunities which will never be decided. They're a waste of effort, they're a waste of everyone's time. Okay, so first of all, let's expand our view on the competition beyond direct competition. We need to understand what is the indirect competition we are facing. Is there a chance of customer using internal resources? Is there a probability that some other project might get picked up and this will have no decision at all, or this will get dropped off? Right? So we need to evaluate competition from beyond one lens today. And that is what we're going to qualify in the qualification. So let's look at how can we ask these questions to to uncover all of this information. Okay. These are sample questions which will help you uncover all the possible parameters which we just spoke about. Do you think this is a fair question to ask? What is the possibility of your organization deciding to do nothing?
Yeah.
Is it difficult? Is it fair? Or is it unfair question? How would you rate?
I think it would be a little bit difficult to ask,
Hmm.
but it's a fair question.
Okay. So
I
fair but
wouldn't know
difficult
how
because we have
to
never asked this
position.
earlier.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Or Christina, you feel it is difficult because they might feel offended.
Yeah, it's difficult to like word it.
Okay. I think it's okay to word as it is. Is there a probability of you not making a decision on this at all? Okay. It can be in as many words. It has never kind of backfired in my experience at least. How about this question? Do we ever check this? Internal resources?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. I think this is again an important question, especially in your world. Sorry, Krishna, you were saying something, please.
No, I was just thinking that it is like I was thinking about the competitors because maybe going through the process of finding a vendor, they realize that they're better off with their own internal team
Yes.
than using an external one.
If they look at an ROI, sometimes it might come out that internal teams are better to hire.
Yeah.
Right. So this might also happen. This is a way to uncover largely competition. The second question, what you're saying on the screen. This is basically what Jackie was earlier talking about. It basically leads you to what is strength of the competitor, what is the feature set they're most impressed with. Okay. So these questions are again a sample size, but they will largely cover most of the points which we covered in the previous slide on 5 types of competition. Okay, the request would be please do remember you have beyond the direct competition in your conversations. Remember there's an indirect competition, there's an internal resource utilization, there is budget and no decision. All are competition to you. Okay. I'm again going to open the breakout rooms. You have about 5 minutes. Now you need to focus on competition. How will you uncover competition from a qualification perspective? Okay. We are going to take about 5 minutes for that. And we need 3 questions for this. Again, use the worksheet. And we have about 5 minutes. Please, I have opened the rooms. Romain, you're there? Okay. Christina, Dandy, Jada, can I request one of you to present whatever questions you could come up with for competition and covering?
Your Dandy or Jada, do you want to share or should I?
You can share, Tina. Not a problem. Sorry, I was talking on mute.
Okay, let me see. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Not yet come up, Christina.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I put, do you currently have an internal team performing the same task you would require from us? Are you currently working with another VPO provider? Do you have other internal projects that are a priority for your organization at this time? And what budget have you designated to this project?
Okay. Anyone who has a query on these questions, are they good? Or anyone has an opinion that we cannot ask any of these? Or they're not aligned to the competition part of it? Okay. Thanks, Christian. Okay. Thanks for sharing that.
No problem.
Okay, that brings us to the next part of the conversation, which is the next parameter for our qualification. I would wanted to read this and again try and understand which part of the qualification is not being addressed in this case. This is pretty open right now. Okay, so I think I'll move on to the next one. Please let me know when you're finished. If you have any thoughts, please do share before I move to the next slide. Okay. This is what actually happened. Again, please focus on the last two lines on your screen, which are highlighted in bold. You might have the best of the solution, but if the customer does not have the money available today to spend on your proposal, then it does not have any value. It's going to be leading you to a lot of wasted effort and a lot of challenges and a lot of long wait time. Now, if you focus on the case, there is also one more thing that the current fiscal year budget is over. A lot of time we kind of do not ask this part of it, that do you still have the budget allocated for you in this year? Okay, customer would typically have a given budget which for the multiple initiatives, and they might need to have the availability of this budget at that given point of time for them to make a decision. So budget is an important factor which was missed out by Ryan largely. Do you think companies have only one kind of budget or they just need to take approval once? Let me rephrase that question probably. At the start of the year, every company has a expense budget of what all initiatives they want to do, right? Now, once the project comes on the table, what do you think happens? You need another round of approval from finance, or is the department free to spend that money as and when they like?
You
What
need
happens?
another round of approval.
And the round of approval is required as per Christina. Okay, what about others? What do you feel?
Usually, as far as I'm aware, there won't be any changes for the budget. Budget will remain the same, which is planned. Planned budget will remain the same, but yeah, expenditure, it can vary from month to month, but the budget will be same.
Yes. So please understand there's an important message in what Deepak just said. Depending on my expenditure, my total bucket size is the same, but if my expenditure increases at any given point of time, my ability to do new project decreases.
Exactly.
Hence, what Christina said happens, that I will have to go back and revisit the approval process again. So when a customer says that we have budgeted for it, it doesn't mean they have the money right now. They will still need an approval. Please be conscious of the fact that you need to question the customer back. We understand you have budgeted it for the year. Would you need another approval to spend this money on this project, or is it already approved? Okay, so budget comes with a little bit of edge on the side that you will have to recheck the facts all over again. And hence, the last part, customer has to have the budget today. If they do not have a budget immediately, it is going to lead you to challenges in the sales cycle. Okay, so that's the reason it is important to know the budget, what is saying on the screen. We need to know why is it, does the customer have money to spend today or not? Now, do we ask about the budget? I'm sure this is a question which all of us ask again, like competition. Or we do not touch upon the budget today. Do we talk about the budgets?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
What kind of question do you ask Dandy and Christina?
For example, I ask if they have a budget cap for
Fair. Okay.
like a monthly budget cap that we can work with.
Okay, fair. How about you, Dandy? What do you ask?
I asked the customer if they have a working budget for this and if this has been pre-planned. I mean, like the project is pre-planned because that's going to be included in the budget, right?
Yes.
And so critical to ask that question. From my experience from solutions, most if not all the time, the deciding factor is always been the pricing. And so really important that while we are pushing for the excellence that we have in the case study, we also want it to be competitive in terms of pricing. So that's really important.
Yes, you're right. Price is always one of the important factors for every customer. So we cannot ignore budget in our qualification. Okay. We might have the best of the solution, but if the customer is not able to pay for it or does not have the ability to pay at that point, it is going to lead you to wasted efforts. It is going to lead you to either delayed result, stalled deals, no decision, some form or the other, where the decision will not be made. Okay, let's quickly look at some of the sample questions over here. The first one is a very softer way of asking that how much premium are you going to give me, or what is the plus minus in case the solution is a little expensive than what you're budgeted for. Okay, this question is to test the customer that if you are overpriced, one, or if you feel that your solution is going to be beyond the customer budget, then is when you bring up this question, can you give me a sense of investment tolerance for this? This might also lead you to numbers eventually. Okay, there's a pretty loaded question where customer can assume what they want to assume on this, and they will open up largely beyond this. Asking to help them with a business case, it's again subjective, but it's a good practice to do that. In case customers is struggling and they're trying to negotiate, or say that your proposal is way too expensive, that is when you bring up this conversation. That is there a need for me to justify? How can I? Why should you spend this money? Okay. Let's quickly now go down to our activity again. I'm going to open the breakout rooms, but this time we're going to remain focused on the budget part of it. Okay, we're going to take about 5 minutes and we're going to try and uncover 3 questions on the budget part of it. I've opened up the rooms. All of you have about 5 minutes. Please feel free to join in the rooms and start working.
पवन टाइम का
सॉरी
टाइम रहेगा
और
लास्ट वाला 1 घंटा लगेगा ना आपको
हाँ we'll finish the last one in about next 10 minutes.
ठीक है
Then we will have 1 hour for the scorecard development.
ठीक है एंड फिर अगले इसमें क्या करना है रीइंफोर्समेंट
हाँ we'll do reinforcement on the Monday
ठीक है
for elevator pitch and objection handling, and then in the Friday we will pick up the OQ का reinforcement.
ठीक है तो उसके अगले मंडे विच इज 13 तारीख को मुझे सोम शुरू करना
हाँ then you will have to start some after that.
ठीक है
It will be 26 and 29, right? Or 30th.
हाँ 26th is Monday and 30th is the other one Friday.
Friday. Yeah.
So I think 9 तारीख वाला नहीं
नहीं
3 तारीख का सॉरी 2 तारीख वाला मुझे लेना है
Yes.
ठीक है मतलब अगले वीक में इसका कंटेंट फाइनल होना पड़ेगा
Correct. Form का you will have to finish up everything by next week.
मंडे ओनली ना तला ये इसको टाइम देना पड़ेगा ना कैलाश को
Correct.
ताकि कोई गलती ना हो जाए और फिर मुझे वो ये भी फाइनल करना पड़ेगा अपना फ्लो सोम का
So Swami, you will still have the same issue. Swami. You will have to be conscious they don't have opportunities.
या ऑफ कोर्स
तो वो फिर से तेरा अटकेगा वापस.
हाँ
Because that is again workshop heavy conversation.
हाँ हाँ बट वो थोड़ा हाइपोथेटिकल थोड़ा 4 लोगों के पास जिनके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी उनको लेके करता हूँ
Correct.
तो 4 अपॉर्चुनिटीज का प्री वर्क भेज देना पड़ेगा ना
हाँ. अच्छा, here your problem will start with why is it going into other thing? Okay. How do you think we will handle this part of it? They don't have questions. इनको सेकेंड वाले पॉइंट पे प्रॉब्लम होगा, हाउ टू eradicate the duplication. ठीक, we'll bring all of them into one room and then ask them to do that, which is okay.
हाँ
We will open one room को merge कर देंगे सारे रूम को.
नहीं तो मेन रूम में कर लेंगे ना
हाँ, they can do it there also.
मेन रूम में ही कर लेंगे
Second and third point takes a lot of time.
हाँ
First one is easy. They already have it. ठीक है.
आपको ज्वाइन करना है किसी रूम को
नहीं, I think another 1 minute I'm closing.
हम्म क्योंकि ये लोगों का अच्छा चल रहा है, दीपक हेमंत ये लोग सब एआई यूज कर रहे हैं एंड
हम्म
नो खुद का लिखता है, तो मुझे लगता है वो अच्छा चल रहा है। क्रिस्टीना एंडी जेरा, आई डोंट नो हाउ दे आर डूइंग। ऊपर डिंडो,
ठीक है, they are also doing fair, right? We just saw them.
हाँ, एंड डिंडो इज कैपेबल, डिंडो एंड
हाँ, Dindo is pretty smart.
जून इज
मुझे
ऑल्सो।
उनसे ही पूछना है.
हम्म
Now I'll bring Dindo, June और Romain का thing on the screen.
हम्म इंडो,
June and Romain.
ओके। हाय मनोज। Oh, is it like Sam is absent, so you're all alone?
No, so I have Sam with me, but he's on another call. So but we spoke the first part of the break room. But
Okay,
yeah, he's on another call.
okay, understood. Anyway, we are closing in few seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, rooms are closed. Okay, can I request Dindo, June, and Romain to share their screen on the 3 questions which they could bring up for this one?
Yep. Let me just pull up the file again.
Sure.
And let me share the file. Hold on. Where is share? There you go. Saw it. And okay, let me know. Please let me know if you can see what I'm sharing now.
Yeah, June, we can see that now.
Okay, so oops. Hold on. I can't. Okay. So these are the questions we prepared. Whoops. Why is it like that? Hold on. First, is there an allocated budget for this project? Then second, how can we help you meet the allocated budget while resolving the need? And then, is a fund available for us to launch the project on your target date? And then the last, are you willing to invest more to this project to meet your requirements?
Okay, fair. Anyone who feels the questions are not aligned?
Yes, can you repeat the second one? Oh, sorry.
How can we help you meet the allocated budget
Okay.
while resolving the need?
Sorry. Yeah, thanks.
Welcome.
Everyone is good? Okay. Thanks a lot, Dindo, June, and Romain.
Thank you.
Let's quickly move to the last parameter we have. After that, we're going to get into an important conversation.
Van, I have a quick
Yes.
question.
Please.
And I feel like this is a very direct question, and I don't know
Yeah.
how to ask this, right?
Okay.
From what I've wrote here, I said my question is, will the budget be a deal breaker? So I wanted to get your thoughts of how do we position it that it's not going to be sounding abrasive, right? But I feel like we need to understand as well that if they are working on a budget, are they looking at their budget? What percent of the approval will be under the budget? Like, is it 90% budget related approval, or is it a 50-50%, right?
What do
So
others
I'm
feel
not
about it?
sure.
I get the question, Danny. Thanks. That's an interesting conversation. What do others feel about it?
I think it goes a little bit with the question you told us, Pavan, about the investment tolerance, maybe.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
You want to explain that a little bit, Christina, more?
Because what I understood is like, okay, we're over the budget. How far over can you go for it to
Investment
be
tolerance is what you're referring to.
exactly?
Okay, fair. That's one way to look at it. But Dandy's question is, can I ask customers straightforward that is budget a deal breaker? Or how important the budget is in the decision? That's what Dandy is trying to ask the customer. Is it okay to ask?
Yeah, I
I
think
feel
it's
that is
okay.
okay, but there was a similar question proposed by Jackie also in ours, but that was a little bit indirect. Like, Jackie, can you come with that last question? Like, or Tony, because you took the note. Tony?
The last one I
Yeah.
sent.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I think Tony did a modification
So
on it. Yeah.
yeah. So the question would have been, if the budget constraints are tight, which aspects of the project are most critical to you or most at risk?
That's a smart one. That's a nego question, actually.
Yeah,
Which is
I
a
like
smart
it.
one. Yeah, it's a smart negotiation question. Denny, the simple answer to your question is you would bring it up in the decision-making criteria conversation.
Okay.
That are you going to, what is more important to you? Is it the deliverable? And whatever, Jackie brought up, it's a similar kind of a question. It will still give you the same decision-making criteria. That is price more important? Is the service more important? Or, the long-term relationship? What do you value more in this conversation? And if the
Yeah,
customer
okay. Thank
says
you.
budget is a priority, then you have your answer there, right?
Yeah, but I like the question. Tony, could you send it to me, please?
For
That's
sure.
a smart
Yeah.
question.
And that
Yes,
that
we
Yeah,
was
can
I
put
like
it in
it.
the chat.
Yes, and you can use
Go
that
ahead,
question
Sam.
even in the nego, by the way. That question, what they asked, also indicates that if you do not want to pay me so much, which part of my proposal can I drop away? That question also comes from that
Yep.
logic. That, okay, you want to buy a service at $1,000. If you cannot pay me $1,000, what should I remove from my project for you to buy it at $900? So you're not discounting a service, you're forcing them to choose what they do not value in the proposal. So it's a very smart nego question as well. You can use it there as well, by the way. If you ask it correctly, it will lead you to a lot of brownie or negotiation scenario. Okay.
Okay.
Do we take
Thank
a
you.
10 minutes
Appreciate
break?
it.
I think it's another 1 hour which we have been into the conversation. Let's take a quick 10 minutes break and then we continue from there till the end of the conversation. Is that good? But
Yes, it
I
is.
request everyone to come back because I have to finish this up and we have a very important activity after this.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
10 minutes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Am I there?
Yeah, Bhavan, I'm there.
Okay. On the scorecard, we will have to run with whatever opportunities we have. So I think how many breakout rooms we have?
4.
We just have 4, right?
No, but I think we don't have more than 5 opportunities. We should do all together here.
That's what I'm saying. So we have got 4 rooms. That means 4 sheets are there for us.
But Sam must have another 5th sheet. So I think that is what I'm expecting.
Let's see. So we'll have to work around from 4 or 5 sheets to get the questions around here. Okay. I think we are good with that.
It's more academic than practical, but let us see.
And it will come through.
Hmm.
We'll have to be time bound. Otherwise, it will keep going for a very long time. So we'll have to moderate it on the time basis.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys are back, please do raise your hand if you're not on the camera so that we can start accordingly. Roaming is there, okay. Thanks, Roaming. Okay, fantastic. Let's get on with the next part of our conversation, which is about me. But before that, I would want you to read this again. Let's look at what actually happens. if I could bring your attention to the last sentence on the screen again, it is very important. Not every problem is a priority in the customer's world. We need to be able to understand which one is the immediate solution for which they're looking for versus something which they can wait for and live with it for a later solution. And that's exactly what was missed in the conversation in this scenario by Nathan. That brings me to the last part of the conversation on the parameters, which is need maturity. What does it mean? Is the customer's need pressing enough to make a decision today? Or can customer delay this decision and still live with the same problem? Okay. Is the need mature and urgent enough to make a decision today? Or can a customer live with this problem over a period of time? Now, if I ask all of you, what do we mean by need? There were three keywords which we spoke about earlier, what defines need. You would have heard it with AMA in smart selling process, and we also covered it in the process of elevator pitch and objection handling. What are the three words which define need? Why do people buy? People buy to either fix something, improve something, or maintain something. Most customers or any customer tries to buy something when they're trying to fix, improve, or maintain. Okay. Now let me ask all of you, is maintain a urgency in someone's word? Is maintain typically a decision which would be on urgent to be made by urgency, or it can wait?
It can wait.
It can wait. Okay. So maintain, whenever a customer is trying to buy something from you and they're at a state of maintain, the urgency levels would be typically low. I'm using the word typically low. There will always be exceptions. Okay. Now, if the customer is trying to improve something, how would you rate the urgency level of it?
High urgency.
Okay, high. What do others feel about it? If customer is trying to improve something, what would be the urgency?
No.
It depends.
I changed my mind.
Sorry,
I think it's like a mid urgent, not super high because there's not
It's in
something that
between,
needs to be fixed. Exactly.
It can be either high or it can be low, depending on what is the outcome of the improvement at that given point of time.
Exactly.
Okay, so improvement, you need to be conscious. When a customer says we are trying to improve customer experience, then you need to dig down deeper. That, okay, how is it impacting your business? What is that if you do not solve it today, what will happen? How pressing is this problem? What is the implication of this for your business largely, correct? So be conscious when you hear the word improve. How would you rate if I tell you I'm trying to fix something? Will the urgency be high or low?
High.
Urgency.
Sorry, Dandy?
Oh, it's with urgency. So
Yeah,
it's a high
urgency.
priority.
High priority, right? So fix, whenever customers are trying to fix something, their urgency would typically be high. So let's understand, when we are qualifying an opportunity, we always have a need behind it, which is a stated need of the customer. Trigger is why are they buying, which is need behind the need. And the trigger will always have these three parameters. They are trying to either improve, fix, or maintain. We need to uncover at what urgency level is the customer in. And that would define the pace of the opportunity and the importance of the entire opportunity in their world. Okay, that is what we mean by need maturity. Is the need matured enough to take a mandatory decision today, or I can delay my decision and take it at any other point of time? It's a very important factor because need is what drives your entire opportunity. The first word we use in opportunity is need. Okay. Now, do we ask questions around this today? If yes, what are the kind of questions we ask? to understand if the customer has urgency or not. Okay, let's look at some of the sample questions. Sorry, someone was saying something.
No, I was gonna say like what brought you like what, how do you say it? Like what was the detonator that make you look for?
What is a trigger for you to have this conversation?
Exactly. Thank you.
What is a trigger for you to have this conversation? It's a good question, right? So that is the second question on the screen right now. What is a trigger for you to have this conversation? It's a good qualification question. Please note this. Is the problem big enough to justify an action? Please note this as well. Bullet number 4 on your screen. This is very important. Is the customer has thought about the risk or hassles associated with the migration or a new solution? Nothing is a cakewalk. Nothing happens smoothly. There will be teething issues, and I think we all know it very well. Has a customer accommodated the teething issues in their plan? Are they open to it? Okay. These are questions which sample questions again, which you can ask to understand the urgency of the customer from a need perspective. Okay, let's go back to our exercise again. We're again going to break out for 5 minutes, but then we are going to remain focused on the need maturity part of it right now. And after this, we're going to, what the work you have done, we're going to do, bring it together after this exercise. I'll tell you how to do that. But let's first finish this for 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to open the breakout rooms. Breakout rooms are opened. All of you have about 5 minutes to finish this. Please do join into the group.
Sam is not present, I believe.
He might be on a call, which is okay.
Exhausted today.
That's the exact reason I opted out of the SAM workshop.
No, I was been going through some odd stuff. I shifted 2 days prior, no?
Acha.
So one of the truck I sent back to my Pune home.
Okay.
I booked the porter.
Okay.
It was supposed to be 3 hour journey, and for 30 hours we will be tracking where he went.
Finally पहुंचा कि नहीं?
कल रात को 3:40 पे घर पे ट्रक पहुंचा है. मैं मुंबई में, वाइफ अकेली घर पे, रात को 3:40 पे
You should have waited until morning in that case.
चलो वो भी हो जाता, बट वो आ नहीं रहा, इसलिए हम लोग I have reached till head of delivery of porter. मतलब I used LinkedIn to that extent कि मैंने ईट बजा दी थी. And that silent aggression, no one realizes. I started writing mails after 5 hours. जब मुझे वो मिल नहीं रहा था. And I wrote like some 27 escalation mails.
Oh, wow.
And they reached till national heads and everyone and CEO and investors and who not. And then they found out another truck to get this guy and transferred it and delivered it. अब इस केस में मैं रात तक तो नहीं, मतलब मैं रुकाना भी नहीं चाहता था। रात को 4 बजे मैं वो सब करके सोया, एंड 9 o'clock I was here for the workshop, and then now for last all these hours I'm right here.
I purposely opted out of the Sam wala piece because it was
Yeah,
like,
you did the right thing. There's a lot of tightening of the module will happen now.
yeah, it needs to be.
The current form is not something. Strategic account management is currently kind of fluid. वो थोड़ा tighten होगा, और
दो
आज
बार हो चुका है वो. It will further happen.
हाँ, बट वो नीडेड है, क्योंकि आज
हाँ.
लिनेट ने बहुत सारा इनपुट दिया है, विशाल ने लिख के लिया है, अभी वो काम करेंगे उस पर।
विशाल की तो 100 लाइन में क्या होगा वो? Vishal would have made about 100 notes there.
मोर देन दैट।
That's Vishal for you. हमने को आदत हो गया.
नहीं नहीं, मुझे भी आदत है, अभी वो तो 3.5 साल से तो कर ही रहा हूँ। बट वो एक तरह से अच्छा भी है, एक डॉक्यूमेंटेड इनपुट रहता है कि ये सब चेक किया कि नहीं, विच इज़ गुड, एंड वो अपना ही बेटरमेंट हो जाता है। इट इज़ नॉट समथिंग टू पिन पॉइंट योर एरर।
नहीं, it's not about errors, it's about improvement. But then he goes very minute.
And then with Lynette being there,
और लिनेट का तो फ्लो अलग है जिंदगी में.
अलग बैंटर चलता है भाई,
उसका फ्लो अलग है.
नहीं, yours is also very very different. Your style and your flow is very different as compared to Vishal, me. For that matter, even CR has very different flow.
Yes, I think all of us do it very differently. None of us have a
I'm
similar.
probably going very close to how Vishal do it. It is most probably because I'm more inspired from that. I can't copy him, but I'm more inspired by that.
Copy you will never be able to do. I
No,
think we
I-
all develop our own style eventually.
And over the time, it is because his inputs are coming very regularly to me. That also helps.
But I like CR's way also.
CR's way is witty.
Yeah. CR also does it interestingly.
Let's see.
We have everyone coming back now. Everyone is back. Okay, fantastic. Now let's move to the last part of the entire exercise. What we're going to do. All of you have made sheets. I think we have about 4 sheets right now, with one with each group. Am I right?
Correct.
Yes.
We have 4 sheets, one with each group. We had 4 breakouts rooms. Now I would want you to run with me very patiently for each step, because we have to finish this in next 30 to 35 minutes. So please do listen to my instructions. If you're not clear, ask me. We will spend about 10 minutes on each step over here next. What we are trying to generate is an opportunity scorecard, basis all the questions you have jotted in your files right now. So this is what you have already done. All of you have at least minimum 2 questions against each qualifying factor. Okay, in the 4 sheets, what you have. Everyone has at least 2 questions in every section?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want one of you to lead this conversation and do it this way. Take one sheet, all of you contribute. Which questions in that sheet is important? Color mark them. Bring up the another sheet on screen. Again, color mark the important question. Bring up the third sheet. Sam, you will have to mute. I think you're on 2 speakers. Okay, thank you. Okay, bring up the third sheet. Again, color mark all the important questions, and now repeat it with the 4th sheet. Fair enough? Can we do it till now? Bring one sheet, color mark all the important questions as a team, and then keep moving to all the 4 sheets. Can we do this in next 10 minutes, please? You can share the screen. I'm going to stop sharing. You can bring up your sheets and start sharing it over here. I'll tell you how to do that. Can we bring up the first sheet, please? Who's ever? Dindo and team, who was having the first sheet? Who was having your group sheet?
So June will share the first sheet. I'll have the duplicate sheet.
Okay, June had it.
Should I share it here?
Yeah, please.
All right. Can everyone see it?
It's coming up.
Not yet. Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, now we can. June, can you scroll at the top of the sheet from the first parameter? From decision-making process.
There you go.
Okay. Can you bring up all the questions which are there? I think we're seeing something gray on the side. I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Let me hide your face. Hold on. Because it's black. Okay, what about now?
Okay, fantastic. Now you can start reading one question, June. And rest of the team members, you need to tell, do you want to keep this question? Is it important for all your deals or no? I'll repeat. This question has to be generic and should be relatable to all your deals. We are trying to create some common questions for a scorecard. So the first question we have on screen is, would AT&T prefer a pilot first approach for a new location or a long-term workflow? Do you think this kind of a question will be applicable to all your opportunities?
No.
You will have to answer, otherwise we will not be able to move forward.
Can you hear me, Pawan?
Yes.
So as per me, it's very subjective because it may applicable to few of the clients, but there are clients who may not be location agnostic, right?
Perfect.
So it may not amplify to them, but yes, for certain clients, yes.
Leave that. Let's move to the next one. Who else do we need to involve in the discussion to move the needle in the right direction from a fusion to AT&T collaboration?
That one, yes.
Yes. So just color mark it yellow or green, whatever it is shown.
I'd just like to
Grayed out
to
the
get some
colors.
clarification.
Please.
Oh.
Yeah. Are we trying to come up with set of questions in particular to this opportunity
No.
or a generic?
Generic.
Okay. Okay.
Papan, I think this file won't allow us to
Color.
mark.
Yeah.
You can copy paste into a separate Excel file, which is okay.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a lock Excel. So you can add a sheet and you can add it there.
So Sam, I will need your support to lead this part of the conversation. I hope you get what we need to do, right? Sam, you're there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And are you free from the other call?
Yeah. I just finished, so that's why I connected to my smart TV so that I can see the the bigger thing and I can contribute.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So what I need your support to finish in next 10 minutes
Yeah.
is pick up important question from the 4 sheets and bring them together on one.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'll tell you what is the next step. So you can probably quickly work around with the team. We have 4 such sheets. We need to pick up all the important question, but do not lose the sight of under which category is it filed.
Okay.
Okay, that's what we need to be honest about. We have about 10 minutes to finish this.
Sure. I'll do that.
Yeah. By the time June is doing that, how many of us can give me 10 minutes extra for today's session to end?
Yeah.
Anyone who has a hard stop at or would not be able to spare 10 minutes? I need 10 minutes to spare towards it.
I have a hard stop. Yeah, on the time. Yeah.
Okay, Manuel has a hard stop. Anyone else who has a hard stop?
Me too. I have a client meeting after
Okay,
this.
Dandy has a hard stop. Anyone else?
Same answer.
Okay.
I should be
Fair.
good, Pawan.
Okay, thanks, Hemant.
I
So
stopped sharing, Pavan. I'm trying to have a version that I can edit the
no problem.
color.
Let's bring up the other sheet by the time. Who has the next
Yeah.
sheet?
If you want, I can share mine.
Please, Christina, go ahead.
More general questions than me. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Okay, so this is the first. Who will be involved in the decision-making process for this initiative? What steps do you typically follow before selecting and approving a vendor? And what approvals or internal reviews are required before a final decision can be made?
Okay. Which, according to all of you, which question do you want to keep and which one you want to kind of do away with? If you want to keep all three also, it's fine.
For me, I think all of those are applicable for a general
too.
approach for me.
So what I
Applicable
can
for
do
the
is I
three.
can, I can copy paste and put it in the chat. Would that be
Yeah,
okay?
you can. That's fine. You can put it in the chat, no problem.
Okay. Next one would be decision-making criteria. How will success be defined when selecting the right partner? What factors will be most important when evaluating potential vendors? Are there any non-negotiable requirements a partner must meet?
Team, we need to give your view freely and quickly so that it becomes easy for us to move forward. Anything you want to delete from those questions, which you feel is not going to help us?
I think the three questions are pretty much generic. We can use them.
Christina, can you help me paste them over here?
Sorry, now we're going to enemy or competitors. I'm sorry. Do you currently have an internal team performing the same task you would require from us? Are you currently working with another BPO provider? Do you have another internal projects that are a priority for your organization at this time? And what budget have you designated for this project?
The third item, is that a enemy or competitor? Because it's talking about
I
an
think,
internal
yeah.
project which is on priority, right? So I think that doesn't.
That's because we discussed that maybe sometimes they can designate the budget to something else instead of this project. That's how it becomes a competitor.
Or maybe that can be under the budget question, right? Specific to
Right.
the budget.
We can
So,
I feel
perhaps
like it's
park the third and the fourth question.
so it's only the first and the second, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Then we go to need maturity. Oh, I only have 2 questions here. What trigger event caused the need for this project? And have you thought about the risk or hassles associated with migration? I took those because I thought those were very important. I only have those 2. If someone else has more, please go ahead.
Are those 2 good with everyone?
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and
All
please.
good. All good.
Hemant?
Yeah, Pawan, the goal of this exercise is to remove any duplicate questions, right?
We will eventually, when we get to the next sheet, you will see the duplication will get eradicated. Right now, we're choosing the best from the sheet. From the next sheet, you will see repeat questions. We will drop them straight. We will only pick up the unique ones.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so moving to timing. Yeah. By when would you be able to transition this line of business to Fusion CX? I don't think that's applicable for everyone. What would be the implications of this timeline if this timeline is not achieved? What are the timelines for the key steps we need to follow in order to begin operations? I don't know if you have any other.
If you cannot agree, it's okay. Let's move forward. We will come back again.
Okay. So none from this one. Influencers. Who are the key stakeholders that typically provide input or recommendations before a final decision is made? Are there individuals or teams whose opinion tend to carry significant weight in shaping the final decision, even if they're not the ultimate decision makers? Who is usually involved in evaluating options, vendors, or solutions and influencing the criteria used for selection? And in addition to yourself, who else has an impact on the final decision?
Definitely number 4 needs to be there.
Okay, 4. Let's move forward.
Statement of solution. What problem must be solved for this project to be considered a success? Are you currently working with another vendor? How will you measure success? How soon do you need this issue resolved, or what is your timeline for addressing it?
Wow, I think first 2 works for me.
First 2. And what is the budget? Do you have a budget cap for this project? Was this project planned in advance and it is currently accounted for in your annual budget? What factors are you taking into consideration when allocating budget for this project? And Tony's question, if budget constraints are tight, which aspect of the project are most critical to you or most at risk?
Get the last.
Definitely number 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go with 4. So we're done with Christina's sheet?
Yes.
Okay, can we have the next sheet on the screen, please? Manil, you have a sheet or Sam had a sheet? Who had one
Yep.
from you?
Mine, but it's very incomplete. Pavan,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
fair,
You
no
know,
problem. Done.
very,
Then
very incomplete.
who had the other one? Dindo and team, you guys had one?
Yeah, Manu has a sheet, but he has shared with me. I'm also going through it. So Manu, go for it. If I need to chip in, I'll chip in for sure.
Yeah, though very incomplete. That's
So
what we
Manil, I'll
have.
come to you
I
in a
think we
moment.
can.
Try to complete it. No.
Sam, that's okay. We'll come to that in the last. Hemant, Deepak, you guys also would have another sheet
Yes.
with you.
Tony was taking the notes. Tony, do you have the?
Can you bring that up on screen, please?
Yes, give me just a second here. Let me know when you can see my screen.
We can, but it's the wrong file.
It's not the right file. I think we'll have
Yeah,
to go
maybe
to
sheet one. Yep, correct.
If you could just,
Yeah,
Move it to
so
the right a bit. Thanks.
So which questions do we want to pick up from first section, which is decision-making process?
Tony, could you put it a little bigger, please?
If you could just enlarge it, that would be.
I think you
that
can
work,
do
guys?
it from your screen. Into.
No, it is not increasing.
I'm trying to enlarge, but it's not for some reason. It's
I
not
think because you've
enlarging.
clicked in onto the cell. If you come out of the cell and do it, it might work.
Yeah. Click out.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Click any other cell.
No, now if you enlarge, it might work, Tony. Just try it.
All right, let me try it again. It's not working.
No,
No.
you need to come out of the edit. Like you click on any
Exactly.
cells one
Click
time.
Any
away,
cells
click away.
first.
Yeah, anywhere. Yeah, now you
And
go.
now you can.
Yep.
There you
There you
go.
go.
There you go. Okay. Is that good, guys?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So which questions do we want to pick up from here, please?
This is under what category again?
This is decision-making process. First one.
Okay. Decision-making process.
In my opinion, I would go with number one.
We already have it. It's a repeat question.
Then number 3.
Number 3. Who would have the final decision? Okay. Can you paste number 3 on the chat, please?
Should that be part of the influencer section?
That's
It's a
okay.
question. Yeah, it's
That's
my
okay.
actually question. Yep.
Yeah, I think overlay is okay. We can resolve it when we move to the next step.
I think the third one is a good one.
Can we move to the next one, please?
So we decided on number 3 here, guys?
I think that's a good one. I don't know if that was great.
You get 3 and 5.
Yeah, 5 also is that indirect one.
Yeah.
Pasted.
Yeah.
3 and 5.
5, all right. All right, next one. This would be for
Timing.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a NBTN.
Maturity.
Okay.
This for timing, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll take number 3.
Number 3 as well.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Next one.
Influencers.
Yeah, I would also go with number 3 here, in my opinion.
No, the three will be repetition, I believe, because I
Yeah,
believe
we already have that one.
yeah, Christina already put that one.
I would go
And
with number 4 because this came up on one of the case studies where the deal was lost due to the operations manager saying it will have a large influence. He would start losing the influence.
yeah, that will be user perspective, right?
Yeah, yes,
Or
influence from the
gatekeeper.
user perspective.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Fulfillment of solution would be next.
For me, 1 and 2.
I would say 2.
Yeah, I would
on
say
my end.
2 too.
2.
I agree.
All right, and last but not least would be, I think, Christina, I think you already used
Oh yeah,
number 4 here, right?
Yeah, I think that's the best one.
And I want to give credit where credit's due. This was Jackie's suggestion.
Jackie's star question.
I think we can even put 1 also, like what does your budget look like for this project, and do you have a cap, or is it still under discussion, so that we can know the budget and role stage.
Deepak,
Yeah,
can I add something?
Excuse me, Sam.
Yeah, can I add something?
Yep.
Instead of asking, do you have a budget for this? I generally prefer asking them, do you have an approved budget for this? Or do you need an approval to get this project fly through? Some indirect questions, right? And then you can see they're hesitant in their voice, or sometimes they say yes, the firmness in their voice. You can easily make it out. And then oftentimes what we feel like, is there a budget constraint if it is a big company? Because we know they have budget, but how much they want to spend, right? So if they said no, there is no budget constraint, of course we do have a budget, but no, there's no constraint, then the solution architecture take a different place, because everything has a cost associated to that, right? So that's what I feel like.
Okay. Sam, we will hold that thought when we come to the next section. Probably you can check
Sure.
in the back. Yeah.
Sure.
Any other questions on this sheet which we need to add up? Okay. We have any other file? June, you want to share your file again?
Yep,
quickly?
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. So decision-making process.
Okay.
Yep.
We wanted to pick up the second one from here. So can you please paste the
So,
second one over here?
okay.
Yep, second one works too.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you paste it in the chat?
Yep, I did. And then the third, what are other requirements that we need to consider in our proposal to have another site? Are we keeping this?
No, it's
Yeah.
pretty specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the next section.
Next section, the competition.
Competition.
Yeah. What options are you currently looking at? And is there any other requirement that you're still looking for? Second, they have a bandwidth to support the need internally. And third, help me understand some of the alternatives you're considering and how do you feel about your options? And the fourth, do you have any budget restrictions?
I think the three for me.
Say that again, friend. Sorry.
Number 3, right?
Number 3.
It's number 3. Yep.
Okay. Can you paste number 3 on the chat quickly?
Alrighty. And then next, maturity. What is the trigger for you to have this discussion? And what are the risks if this project will not be achieved? And how quickly do you need to have this problem fixed?
Anything from here?
I would take number 1.
Okay, go ahead and paste it. That's fine.
Van, sorry, Sam.
Yeah.
I need to drop. I need to prepare for my next meeting with the client.
Sure,
Okay.
no problem. Then, thanks.
Thank you.
No problem, Dandy. Thank you for all the help and thank you for covering up for me and rest of the team also. Thank you.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And then for timing, do you have a specific timeline that you want this to be implemented? What would be the implications if this date is not achieved? And are there any other projects or activities that you're currently handling or anticipating that could affect the target date?
All 3 are generic here.
I think number 3.
Okay.
Yeah, same here. Then next. We are not influencers.
We have that question already.
Sorry, here. In addition to yourself, who else will provide their approval for this project?
We have
Second,
that.
where does the final sign-off come from? And is there a project
We have that as
sponsor?
well. How about the project sponsor question? Do you guys want to keep it?
Yeah.
Okay, can you paste that, please?
And then the last, not yet the last. Fitment to your solution. I'm scrolling up. How is the bilingual mobility loyalty program currently performing in El Salvador against your KPIs? And then would adding Colombia as a second bilingual hub align with your nearshore risk diversification strategy? What level of geographic redundancy is ideal for mobility loyalty? And how important is it AT&T to reduce dependency on a single bilingual delivery region?
Anything from here?
I think so. I think all of those are very specific.
The last one?
I think
I'm
we can,
the last part. I think there's one more. Budget is
section.
optional, right? Yeah, budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll take all these.
No, because those are very specific to that.
All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So in the budget, what do we
For
have?
budget, is there an allocated budget for this project? How can we help you meet the allocated budget while resolving the need? And is the fund available for us to launch the project on your target date? And the last, are you willing to invest more to this project to meet your requirements?
Anything from here?
I would say 2 and 3.
Okay, can you paste 2 and 3, please?
Yeah, agree. There you go.
Okay. Fantastic. Just give me a moment.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, June.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, while you guys were doing this, I have taken a liberty of making a consolidated version of this already. So I'll bring it up on screen for all of you.
Sorry, Pavan, I couldn't hear what you just said.
I have made a consolidated sheet of what you guys just chose. I'll just bring it up on screen.
Okay.
This is the second
Let
step
me know when you can see this.
getting loaded. Yeah.
Now I can see it.
Okay, this is what all of you have just chosen. These are the questions in each category. Now what we need to do is we need to reduce them to minimum 10 questions at max. In each section, you'll have to start dropping. You have to filter them out and choose 10. Try to keep one question minimum in each category and drop the rest of them. Can you quickly get down to that? Which are the ones you want to drop from here? You have about 5 questions here, another 5 here.
So we're looking into basically one question on each category.
Yeah, minimum. So now you need to tell me which are the ones you want to drop.
For the
I would
first,
keep number. Oh, go ahead, Tinda. Sorry.
yeah, I would keep number 2.
Number 2. Everyone in agreement? We want to drop number 2.
I want to keep.
Keep. I would keep number 2 and 3 if we can keep more than one.
You would keep which one, Chris?
I would
would
keep
keep-
number 3 only and drop everything off.
Yeah.
Is everyone in agreement with Sam? We'll keep only number 3 and drop everything else.
Yeah.
Guys, you need to be answering.
So we can keep initially 2 and 3 because
Okay.
if you were looking into 10 questions, that's just
Yeah.
about 8 plus 2.
Okay, let me quickly copy the sheet and make a duplicate of it. So that we have the original questions as well with us. What happened with them? Okay, fair. You guys want to keep 2 and 3 and remove rest of them, right?
Yes.
2 and 3 and remove rest of them. Yep.
Fantastic. Done. Let's move to the next one.
Can you zoom it a little bit?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Good enough?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay. What do we want to keep here? I'll keep the categories visible. Sorry.
I would say 2 and 3 as well.
I'll keep number 2.
Number 2, and
Now,
3.
only number 2.
Okay, only number 2. What about others?
Yeah.
So
Only number 2.
I'll keep 2 and 3. If we need, we will come back to it again. If you're short, we have more questions. Okay.
Okay.
Because someone
Sounds good.
Yeah. Let's move to the third one, which is a competition one.
The last.
Okay. The last. Anyone else have a view?
I would say last 2.
Okay. Last.
I would say last 2 as well.
Okay. So can I remove the other 3?
Yes.
Fantastic. Let's move to the next section.
think we have the same one twice.
Yeah, first and last look the same.
One.
One.
We remove this.
I
You do
would
both
keep
of them, or
those
you want to
two.
cut short
I
anything?
think we can keep it number 2
Okay.
because that's very indirect but very firm questions, and maybe the customer will open up asking that questions. A lot of pain points we can get to know, which can be our sweet spots while targeting those pain points.
Fair. How about
That's
one?
what.
Anyone wants to keep one?
One.
We can keep it for now, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Fair.
can keep it
Let's
for now.
move to timing. Timing has just one question, by the way.
Okay.
So
So
we have to
there's
keep.
no debate there. In this, how many do you want to keep?
I guess the first. Keep the first.
First one.
I
What
will
about
keep
the
the first one as well.
first one?
First.
First. So let me remove the other two.
Yeah.
Let's get down to fitment.
I think the last one, 3.
Okay.
Sorry,
What
we
are
have
the
2
problems
last
associated
one.
with
Three.
this stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Three. So we remove this. Budget, I think, has any which way one question for us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think which is okay. This is fine.
Yeah.
So now I'll quickly transfer this to the next part of the exercise, which I have already created for them. Okay, fantastic. I'll run you down to what we have done just now. Okay. We first started with everyone sheet. From there, we filtered these questions where you took every section and you had chose what are the priority questions. From here, we filtered down top 10 questions what you wanted to work on, right? So these are your top 10 questions for qualifying an opportunity. Fair enough? This is where we are right now.
Right.
Now,
Yep.
I want you to give me a weightage against each question. You need to give me a weightage against each of these questions. Weightage will be from a range of 1 to 5, 5 being highest and 1 being lowest. So I'll tell you what is that you need to do over here. Just give me a moment. I'll just sort this out first.
Okay, so you want us to reduce this further?
No. I don't want you to reduce this anymore
Like to
further.
give them.
Or to prioritize what questions
Because
do I
we're
have?
creating the
No, you
scorecard.
don't have to. You just have to tell me which one is more important in your mind
Okay.
for the priority of the information. So
Okay.
weightage is between 1 and 5. Okay. So this question, what steps do you typically follow before selecting and approving a vendor? You would rate it on a scale of 1 to 5. How important is it? 1, 2, 3, or 5? What is the weightage of this question?
5 for me.
What do others feel? How would you say? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is it?
5 for me.
5 for gender. What about others?
Because typically, if you look into the decision process,
Mhm.
there's going to be a lot of information you can get, including timeline,
Mhm.
decision maker, etc.
Okay. What do others think? You would give it 5, 4, 3,
I would agree with the 5 as well.
5,
Yeah.
and Tony as well. Christine on 5.
5.
I'll give it 5. Next question. What factors will be most important when evaluating potential vendors? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What would be the weightage?
I would say 5.
5.
5.
5?
Yes.
Be conscious, the more 5 you have, the more difficult your life will be after this. So be conscious, you can't rate it with 5. You are going to take your own grades. This is going to come back and haunt you. So don't keep everything 5. Be conscious.
No problem. We
Everything
can
will
live
be
with that, but we cannot do injustice to the valuable questions.
Okay. Help me
We
understand some of the
do good
alternatives you're
sales, not bad
considering.
sales.
How do you feel about your options? How much would be the weightage for this?
3.
3 for Sam. What about others?
So, yeah, 3.
Yeah, I would agree 3 because not all customers
Okay.
would share information.
Fair. What is the trigger event cause the need for this project?
5.
5.
5.
I was expecting that. That is the easy one. Are there any other projects or activities that you're currently handling or anticipating that could affect the target date?
2.5.
2.5, either 2 or 3.
2.
I would say 3.
Okay. What, 2 or 3, guys?
I would say 2.
2.5.
3.
Okay.
It can be 2 because
3?
it can be identified along the number
Okay,
1.
so 2.
We'll give it 3 or 2?
2.
2. Okay.
Sure.
In addition to yourself, who else has an impact on the final decision?
5.
5.
5.
5.
Okay.
5.
Fair enough. What are the problems associated with your current setup?
2.
3.
3.
2, 3, 3. Any other
Let's go.
opinion?
I would
Okay.
say
Let's go.
2 because it can be answered by number 4.
So 2 or 3?
2 for me.
2.
2.
I would say 2.
Say 2
If-
because not they. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. 2.
If budget constraints are tight, which aspects of the project are most critical to you or most at risk? Okay.
I would say this is again 2 to me.
Budget question 2. Okay. What about others? It's a budget question, remember.
That's fine. We can still get the hint. If they don't have the budget, they won't continue with us
Sam,
for
hold your
that.
thoughts. Don't color their thoughts. Let them decide. Don't color their thoughts. Hold it. Let them call the number.
Guys, remember it can haunt us back. Just
Yeah. I would agree with a 2 or maybe a 3, but I will lean
Okay.
towards it.
What do others feel? 2, 3, 4, 5.
I would go with 3.
3.
3.
3. Okay. So
3.
3 max. Okay.
3. I'll also go with
Okay. What approvals or internal
Please the
reviews are required for a final decision can be made, before a final decision can be made?
A 2.
A 2.
2. 2.
Okay. 3. Sorry, 2. Are there any non-negotiable requirements a partner must meet?
Go with 5 because it's non-negotiable.
Okay. Heyman says 5. What about others?
Non-negotiable requirement the partner must meet.
3.
2.
3, 2 is what I heard.
Yep.
How much?
2 or 3. Because if it is non-negotiable, it will be always told to us.
Okay. So 3. Is that okay?
Exactly.
3 is okay?
Okay.
I would say let's keep it 2.
2 or 3, guys?
2.
2 should work.
Okay. 2. The last question. Have you thought about the risk or hassle associated with the migration?
1. They have already did all the due diligence. That's why they are looking to migrate.
What about others? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not necessarily some, because if they're just starting with a PPO, if they haven't used our services before, they don't know how the process is.
Good. I wanted to see how others are thinking. That's why I put it 1. Don't agree always with
Yeah, right.
So how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much?
2.
2?
2 because because other information that's linked to that question has already been answered.
I
Fantastic.
think that's something that we can educate, like,
Yeah, so you
make them.
can edit this scorecard again. What we are doing is I'm giving
No,
you.
I mean, like, we can
my
educate the
just
customer
off
about
track.
the risk that might happen.
I love how Christina will diplomatic all the time, huh?
A good salesperson knows to balance the customer politics.
Very good skills.
Okay, now this is how you read this for everyone's understanding. Okay, and I'm going to mail this to all of you with a little bit of formatting. Now, every question what you have just put up over here, you can rate it in 3 different ways. Okay, if you know the complete answer, you're going to rate yourself 10. Okay. If you do not know the answer, you're going to rate yourself 0. If you know the partial answer to that question, you will still rate yourself 0. You cannot do anything between 10 and 0. Either you rate 10 or you rate 0. There is no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It doesn't exist.
Seems like my way or highway.
2.5, no.
No, nothing. It is 0 or 10. Okay. What it forces you to do things in the binary match fashion.
Yeah.
Either you have a complete information or it is not valuable enough. So you can't tell me I have a partial input and I will still win the deal. It doesn't happen. So this is going to force you to think in a binary mode, which means you should have the complete information to achieve 10. If it is partial, 0. If it is no, it is still 0. Okay.
Okay.
This
Whose
has to
opportunity
be
will
aligned
have
with
here?
this has to be aligned with any of our clients or something like that.
Yeah, I'm just coming to that. That's my next point. Who's Krishna? You had a sheet, right? Which customer was that? You remember that for your opportunity?
Oh, mine? The customer, the name?
Yeah, customer name.
Home Fix.
Fantastic. Now I'm going to ask you these questions. Do you know the first question? What steps will they follow before they select a vendor? Do you know this?
No.
So you will rate yourself 0. Let's go to the second one. What factors are most important for them while evaluating a potential vendor? Do you know this?
No, not completely.
Okay, help me understand some of the alternatives you're considering.
I don't know anything.
And how do you feel about your option? Do you know this input?
Not completely, no.
0. Okay.
I don't know anything.
What is the trigger event for this project?
That I know, 10.
Which will be 10. Are there any other projects or activities that you're currently handling or anticipating that could affect the target date? No.
0.
In addition to yourself, who else will have an impact of the final decision?
Completely.
Partial, right? To 0.
Partial, yeah.
Yeah. What are the problems associated with your current setup?
10.
Okay. Next one, budget.
No, 0.
Next one.
0. Oh God, I don't know anything.
How about the second last?
No, 0.
The last one?
0.
Now, what you did is you self-evaluated whether this opportunity is qualified or not qualified. Okay, this was the purpose of the entire exercise. When we started, we said we will be able to quantify and make a decision on basis the numbers. So next time when you meet them, Christina, you would want to keep these questions on top of your mind and try to uncover all of this information.
Is there a threshold, Pawan? Sorry, is there a
I'm
threshold?
coming to that, Sam. I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So you would want to uncover this entire thing over a period of time. That's the whole objective of the exercise. The higher information you get, it improves your chances of winning more and more. Okay, now look at the total score. So 50, 50, 50, 100, 130, 180, 200, 250, 270, 300, 360. Your total score will be 360, which is basically all the numbers multiplied by 10. Okay.
Okay.
Score is 36. So if you get everywhere 10, your maximum score can be 360 over here.
Okay.
Is everyone with me till here? If you answer all questions 10, your total score can be maximum of 360.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a team, you need to decide at what number would you want to call an opportunity qualified, whether it is 250, whether it is 220, or whether it is 300.
She has scored 70, if I'm not
No, she has
mistaken.
not got 70. That's actually.
That is before meeting. After meeting, when she get the answers.
I have to change that because we added one extra question. I had kept a space only for 10.
Mm-hmm.
I had kept a space only for 10 questions there. So I'll have to redo that. So she gets 140 over here right now. Okay. This number will
No,
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 let's
that 70 was the total.
70.
it remains
Yeah.
70.
Yeah.
Right. Now, the best practice is you as a team decide what would be the number you want to keep it as a qualifying number.
So there's nothing like 85% of your
No. So I'll tell you what
total
happens
number.
today. You will never have 100% of this information and all the opportunities.
Right.
Okay. Now, as you said, the ideal number would be keep it between 80 and 90 or between 70 and 90 to call it qualified. Okay. So if you look at the 70% of this, you're talking about close to 252. That's what I said. You want to keep 250, 220 or 300. The call is yours.
Can I give a different perspective as well, if you don't mind?
Yes.
We have 4 5s, right? We have ranked those questions, 4 questions per 5. So those questions we need to know in the long run for sure, right? So
Correct.
4 times is 200, right? So 200 should be there at least. And then there are some other questions which is,
About
I
250
would
is what
say
you're hinting at. 250, 260
exactly
hours.
250 to 260 would be the good.
Fair. So you call it 260, right? For the sake of conversation. Now, what I want to do, every one of you, every opportunity you get, you're going to take this file, you're going to rate yourself against it. How much information do you know? If your score comes closer to 260, which means you have enough information to call it a qualified opportunity. And which means you have enough information to progress and win this opportunity with a higher forecast rate. Are we good? We're able to make sense of the entire thing what we did till now?
Yeah.
First, you chose every parameter. On every parameter, we wrote multiple questions. From that aggregate, we deducted key 11 questions as a team that we feel are important for us to qualify an opportunity. And now you're able to make that entire thing into a binary calculation. We're good?
Yes, Pavan, can you send us this file, please?
I'll send to all of you. I'll mail it to all of you. I'll just format it a little bit and then send it to you in a proper fashion. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Before I end the session, let me quickly take you back to the deck again so that you can understand where did we eventually end up and how did we evaluate. Okay, this is where we were. From the remaining, pick up the top 10 critical questions. Then we went to ensure that every qualifying factor has one question minimum. Then we assigned a weightage of 1 to 5, 5 being highest and 1 being lowest. And then I told you the rules of a scorecard. It is 0 and 10. That is all you can do with. Okay. Apply the scorecard to a selected opportunity, which we just did for one opportunity, which is for Christina. Fair. This is how your scorecard is going to look, what I created for you while you were working on the parallel conversation. And this is how it typically reads. So I'm going to format it a little bit like this and share it with all of you.
Okay.
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 This is the end of the conversation for us from an opportunity qualification perspective. Please remember this tool, if you need to revise it, we can have a conversation during the reinforcement session. Try to apply it. And if you feel you need a revision, we can always work on that.
Perfect, thank you.
But you cannot change it on opportunity to opportunity. Once you freeze it, it will remain frozen for next 6 months. Then you gather again as a team and revisit after 6 months if you want to change it. So you can't change it on weekly basis. You cannot touch the questions. Those questions are casted in iron. You cannot touch those questions. All you can fill is 0 and 10 section. That's all. Weightage is constant. Question is constant. Just touch 0 and 10 input and you will have your answers whether the opportunity is qualified or not. Fair. So let me circle back. When I started, I said we will help you prioritize. We will help you quantify and give you a methodology of qualifying an opportunity. And that's what We are handing it over to you at the end of it. This is called Opportunity Qualification Scorecard. Fair enough. With that, I'll say thank you to all of you. Thanks for being patient with me for the extra time. And I hope you were able to make sense of the last exercise. If you have any questions, please jot down your questions and I'll be more than happy to address it. Reinforcement. Okay. And if you have any feedback, feel free to share with me before you log off. Yes, Sam.
I know I will skip in and out of for different reason, but on behalf of the team, I can tell you this is very important, especially the last exercise which we did. Since I come from a core sales background for last several years, qualification of the lead is the key to success. Otherwise, most of the time, even initial year of my career, I believe in fugazis, where I believe I have 10 leads and I'll achieve this number. And sales is always about numbers. And don't take pressure, guys, but this is what it is. You will start living with that, right? But we don't need fake numbers or we don't need fugazis. We need qualified leads. And sometimes we need to give our feedback to the marketing team and lead generation team about the quality of the lead. The way we can defend ourselves or give a constructive feedback to those people who are helping us to generating opportunities of leads are qualifying it in the right way. Because I have been to both shoes in marketing and in sales. I have done my master's in marketing, but sales attracts me more. But I also go back to my marketing days, right? Marketing is all about everything they want. They are always ready to take the credit with due respect. But we need to understand every, I would say leads won't be a qualified lead. And how critical our organization success would be based on how we qualified leads. Of course, these are the very high value tickets leads. And if we qualify it wrongly, it will not only waste your time, it will waste your energy, it will waste a lot of stuff. And then probably you're missing some important things at work or your life because you haven't qualified it rightly. So please take it very seriously. And this is a very, very close topic as a sales guy, very close to my heart and very well narrated for whatever I heard. But I'm sure the team got a lot of benefits out of it. This is very simplified. Nobody taught me like this way we can qualify lead. Trust me to the core, because we literally had to slog ourselves to learn this, right? But it's good to see the how the team is getting educated with this kind of simplified things. So thank you for that.
And yes, thanks, Sam. Appreciate this. If any of you have any feedback, please do feel free to reach out. I'm not going to go on a feedback slide right now. I'll keep it for reinforcement. We can do it later. I've already taken a lot of your extra time. Okay. All of you have a lovely weekend ahead. Thanks for being patient again. It's what great interacting with all of you, and thanks for all of your participation.
Indo has something.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pavan.
Amaya has something to say. Amaya, guys, hang on. Amaya has
Dindo
something
has
to say.
Dindo has something to say.
Yes, Rindo,
No,
please.
no, I just want to ask, since all of our workbooks are now electronic, right? Do we have indefinite access to it?
I'm going to share the Excel file with you as it is, with an open thing.
No, but the entire workbook that we've
Yeah,
used.
that is
I'll give you the entire workbook as it is.
Yeah, it is an indefinite.
All tabs.
So that's
No,
an
no.
indefinite access, or
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
He's talking about the flip book.
No,
Yes.
Yeah,
He's
the
talking about the flip book. Also, you have indefinite access. Even for the scorecard, you will have indefinite access. It
Okay.
is your organizational property after this. You're going to be using it in your own organization. Do you like it?
Okay.
It becomes your property from here on. That's what it is for all of you.
By the way,
Okay,
Dindo,
right.
is it in new look?
What's
You?
my new look?
Yeah, with the beard, with the gray beard and the mustache. Is it a new look?
No, it's not gonna be a new look next week.
No, you're looking good. You're looking good. Trust me on that.
Alright, thanks.
All right. Thank
Okay,
you,
guys.
guys.
See you on Monday, 7:30. We would be again meeting up coming Monday.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Pavan.
All right.
Thank you, Tim.
Sounds
Sam,
good.
can I
Thanks,
hold you back for a
everyone.
minute?
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Happy weekend.
Sam, can I hold you for a
Amaya,
minute?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Okay. All of you can feel free to drop. Thanks a lot,
Sure.
guys.
Sure.
Deepak,
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Deepak. I'm here.